That's why he retired.
We will now call this meeting of the Manchester City Council to order. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. And since tonight we're honored to have former Mayor Marcy Morrison here. Mrs. Morrison, if you would lead us in the pledge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Will the city clerk please call the roll?
Mr. John Brown.
Present.
Councilor Judith Chandler. Present. Councilor John Shada. Absent. Councilor Julie Wolf. Absent. Councilor Susan Wolbrook. Here. Councilor Mayor Pro Tem Nancy Fortune. Present. And Councilor Bob Totten.
Here. Our first item of business is the approval of the agenda. Will you entertain a motion?
I move we approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? None. Let's vote. Oops, okay. We have 6 with 5 people. Let's try that again. Okay, all right. So the agenda is approved. Okay, next item on the agenda is public comment on non-agenda items. So this is the portion of the meeting where if we have members of the public who'd like to comment on anything that's not on the agenda, you're welcome to do so. We ask that you limit your comments to 2 or 3 minutes. If someone has expressed an opinion that you subsequently find yourself entertaining, try not to repeat too much. Any public comment? Give us your name and address, please.
Becky Elder at 313 Plainview Place. It's nice to be on the other side of the wall for a change. And I actually wrote this out so I wouldn't overstay my welcome, and I do have to leave right away. You'll kind of know what's going on in my life. So I first wanted to talk about 2 things. One is the arborist. I understand the arborist is leaving. And I wanted to reiterate to the council that I really don't think Manitou needs an arborist so much as Manitou needs a well-rounded horticultural person. Experienced, a groundskeeper, someone who does a variety of plants, understands the soil, understands the weather, understands all these things. So the insects, all that stuff. Not just trees, because trees are just one aspect of the whole. So if we could find such a person, then that person would know when we would need an arborist. Not that we need an arborist, 365 days out of the year. So I would like to put that in your ear. I know some of you have heard it before. And that if we don't hire an arborist, perhaps we could hire more parks people. Maybe in those people you would find that person, or you could hire more parks people than one arborist. You could possibly tap Mary Ellen Montgomery, the city gardener, because she is one such person. She has a great deal of experience and knowledge, and she's also has great leadership skills. So that's part one. Part two is the, I don't know if I've got this quite the way I want it, but the Energy Integrated Resource Plans are up. CSU is looking at these. They've had their public meetings, and this next meeting in March is really important because they're going to look at the societal costs, what it costs to the people in terms of health, what it costs to the people in terms of clean air and clean water. And I think it would behoove us, because this isn't the first time this is going to happen, beyond dirty energy and the things that we're wrestling with. This is going to go on into the future, and we don't even know what those challenges might be, but now's the time to develop a relationship with those guys. You guys being the council, it's like, hey, we'd like a spot on your agenda just to tell you what we think. Most of Colorado Springs isn't even impacted by the dirty plume cloud, and I know some of you have seen that. You've probably seen it. You still here. So I think it's an opportunity, and I wanted to just put that bug in your ear. I know other people have been bugging you, so to speak, because they've been bugging me. So I told them I would definitely come down and talk to you. If you guys don't have anybody to go to the meeting, if you get the spot, we could fill it. So
I have a question for you. I had on my calendar there was a meeting tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
is it tomorrow? I thought it was March 4th. March 4th is what I've got.
Okay,
Which is,
I'll check my calendar. But
Yeah, it's the actual meeting, and to me, this is personal because both of my kids were raised in Manitou. They both have asthma, and I wasn't raised in Manitou. I've lived here more than half my life, and I have COPD. And is that because of dirty coal? I don't know. You don't either. But the fact of it is that we know that there's problems with that, and I think there's a lot of movement towards closing Drake early, just getting rid of the coal. Now's the time to do it, and there's plenty of energy out there just for the doing if you just put the energy behind it. You all look great, I might say.
Ms. Elder,
Yes.
welcome. It's good to see you. On the 4th, it was my understanding that Manitou Springs has been allotted 15 minutes
Have they asked for that?
to, it came to my attention through the Climate Action Work Group that 15 minutes was set aside for someone to speak, but we have not yet found someone who can be there at that time. Both Councilor Cicada and I can't be there, and I already emailed to that effect, but that I do believe that we were given 15 minutes at that
Well, I know.
meeting.
Ask,
And-
they will give you.
And who the contact person was Mr. Lee Milner
For Manitou?
from Colorado Springs.
Yeah, okay.
So,
But you wouldn't want Lee Milner to represent Manitou, would you?
that was how I found out about it.
Yeah,
Okay,
perhaps this.
but my understanding is, yes, we can get 15 minutes, but I don't know, and maybe if there's someone in the room who can say, have we asked for that? Are we on the agenda?
Perhaps this could be resolved offline.
That's fine.
If you think that sounds
I'm
okay.
done. I
Okay,
just was
great.
answering a
I
question.
will understand.
You guys all look good. Don't they look good up there? You guys look good. I gotta go.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Have fun. Good night.
Do we have any other public comments?
Test.
Okay. Again, any other public comments from unscheduled agenda items? Okay, we'll close that portion of the meeting. If the record would indicate that Councilman Shade joined the group at 6:05, please. Next item would typically be the consent calendar, but we have nothing in it, so we will pass and move on to hearings. Item G1, second reading and public hearing for ordinance 0120, an ordinance amending the zoning code of the city of Manitou Springs, Colorado to rezone private property known as 444 East Fountain Place from commercial to general residential zoning district.
Thank you. So this is the second reading, as Mayor Graham noted, for the rezoning of this property from commercial to residential. And I had given you an overview at the last meeting, but just real quickly, it's unanimously recommended for Planning Commission. There were no public comments in opposition. The property no longer has, because it's been, I guess you could call it disconnected or plotted off from the rest of the property that fronted Manitou Avenue. So it no longer really has a commercial frontage, and rezoning it to a residential zone district makes a lot of sense for the surrounding development. The current owner is planning to replat the property into 2 lots and do 2 single-family homes, which I understand the neighborhood thus far has, when they've been aware of that, has indicated that they're happy with that.
Council, does anyone have questions for Ms. Anthony? Thank you.
I have to make a motion.
Well, this being a public hearing, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing session. And if you let the record know that Councilwoman Wolf has joined us at 6:11, please. Okay, so the public hearing portion is open. Does anyone wish to speak to this? They're being serving. I guess not. Okay. All right. So I'll close the public hearing portion. We can entertain a motion.
I move that we approve ordinance 0120, an ordinance amending the zoning code of the city of Manitou Springs, Colorado to rezone private property known as 444 East Fountain Place from commercial to the general residential zoning district.
I second that.
Okay, motion is second. Any discussion?
A friendly amendment is you might want to include the findings in your motion.
Oh, okay. Yes, I accept that friendly amendment. The findings, which are, would that be the A through F?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I accept that friendly amendment, items A through F in the memo.
I'm sorry, I missed who the seconder was.
I agree. Thank you.
Any further discussion?
I'd be glad to vote.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, council, let's
Sorry.
vote. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, next item of business. Second reading and public hearing of ordinance 0220, an ordinance amending Title 16 and 18 of the Manitou Springs Municipal Code to update public notice requirements for subdivision and zoning matters. Okay, Ms. Anthony.
Thank you. At the last meeting, where first reading was considered, the one comment that was made was regarding allowing for some additional mailed notification over the 500 feet. If you look on the second page of the ordinance that you have in your packets, at the bottom of paragraph D, written notice, the last paragraph states the planning department may at its discretion provide additional notice to property owners other than those required to be notified by the applicant when the planning department determines the required notice is insufficient to notify owners of property that may be affected by the application. So that was the wording that the city attorney did to address that comment. And that was the only comment that I believe that we needed to respond to.
Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Anthony? Okay, let's go to the public hearing portion of this then. So anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this, is welcome to take the podium. Okay, we don't have any interest in that, so I'll close the public hearing portion.
I move for approval of ordinance 0220 for amendment to public notification provisions in both Title 16 subdivisions and Title 18 zoning of the Manitou Springs Municipal Code on first reading and set the public hearing at the next regular council meeting on February 18th, 2020.
Actually, this is the second
This is
reading
the
that
first.
I'm
shows.
sorry, this is the motion that I'm reading that was in the packet. So
I'm sorry.
I move to approve the ordinance 0220. I'll second.
I second that motion.
Motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? There being no discussion, it looks like we're ready for vote. Council, please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Item G3, second reading and public hearing of ordinance 0320, an ordinance amending chapter 12.28, City Cemetery of the Manitou Springs Municipal Code. Is that in here?
Can you see if Michelle was part of it? She helped with that, maybe she can present it real quick.
If I recollect correctly, this did pass unanimously. I don't know that there are a lot
There are
of
no changes to
no
it.
changes, okay. Just do a quick straw poll, council. Does anyone really have any questions that we would need?
I don't.
Okay. Looks like we really don't.
Well, we need to have a public hearing on it.
Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and open the public hearing portion of this. So if anyone would like to speak to ordinance 0320, please feel free to take the podium.
Sorry about that, I thought Ally was here.
Okay. Well, and actually, Ms. Anthony, it turns out we don't have any questions.
Well, maybe she should still present it to the public so they know we're voting about it.
I think there were a couple of revisions actually.
There was one revision,
Oh.
based on comments from the last meeting, and I'm sorry I didn't copy that part of the packet for myself, but I can kind of remember it. And it is on page 5 of the ordinance, and I believe it's highlighted. So you can see it was in regard to honor guards. So it was regarding shooting firearms within or into the cemetery, except in the case of an honor guard salute that is part of a funeral with the public works director's prior knowledge and approval. And then B talks about firearms carried or transported by law enforcement officers or honor guard members, because they aren't necessarily the same. And that was the only change. Thanks.
Council, we have any questions for Ms. Anthony? If not, thank you. Let's resume the public hearing if there is anyone who'd like to take the podium. Apparently there is not, so we'll move on to entertain a motion.
I move we approve ordinance 0320 to amend chapter 12.28 City Cemetery of the Manitou Springs Municipal Code as recommended.
Second.
Motion is second, any discussion? No discussion, let's vote. Passes unanimously. Next item, thank you. Next item, G4, second reading and public hearing of ordinance number 0420, an ordinance of the City of Manitou Springs, Colorado, imposing a temporary 6-month moratorium on the issuance of business licenses to e-bicycle operators and extending the 6-month moratorium on the issuance of business licenses to e-scooter operators. Mr. Parker.
Yeah, so we discussed this last meeting. All this does is it basically adds to your current moratorium on e-scooter licenses. It includes e-bicycles in that moratorium. That it extends the e-scooter moratorium to the same expiration date of August 18th, 2020, so you can address both of these issues together at the same time.
Council, we have any additional questions for Mr. Parker?
What impact
if any, is there on, I understand that we've already issued a CUP. Was it a CUP or something, a business license? For Judith Elias Oaks we talked about last time. And so, I guess this isn't really a question about the ordinance, but it seems like shouldn't we come up with some kind of regulations for her so that she's not having her people drive on the sidewalk? And
Well,
is that already prohibited? I know bikes on the sidewalk aren't allowed, but I don't know if it says anything about electric scooters.
yeah, I think that you adopted the model traffic code for Colorado, and that does include prohibitions on bikes, scooters, skateboards, that kind of stuff on sidewalks. So whatever applies to everybody else would still apply to her business. But because the license has already been issued to her business, the moratorium wouldn't affect that.
Right.
So,
And we don't necessarily need to rush into some other ordinance to regulate her customers from now in the next 6 months.
well, I think that the whole plan would be it would apply to everybody. And the whole point of the moratorium is so we get a good ordinance in place that actually might address these issues. If there's anything that comes up because of it, we could address it specifically quicker.
Yeah, if anything, I guess it might be a test case.
Right. You'll find out what some issues might be. Maybe there aren't any.
If I could, there is a draft ordinance as well as a draft pilot program that's wending its way through the staff right now. So, we are trying to do something at this point in time. It's just gonna take a little while because it's really complex, ordinance and pilot program for this, so we'll get there.
Our goal is the April-May timeframe, but that's a goal we can have more books.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Parker? If not, we'll open up the public hearing portion of this. If there's anyone who wishes to comment? We're a quiet crowd tonight. Okay. We'll close that.
I think that gentleman said he wants you to speak up because he doesn't know what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Okay, so this is the second reading of the ordinance 0420 dealing with the moratorium on business license for e-scooters and e-bicycles. So if anyone wants to speak to that, you're certainly welcome to. Okay, all right. In that case, we'll close the public hearing portion of this. Would entertain a motion?
Can I ask a question first? It's listed as 0420 in one space and 1420 in another space, so I'm wondering what the accurate,
I'm sorry, it is 0420. That's, that got cleaned out of there.
got it, okay. In that case, I move that we approve on second reading ordinance number 0420, an ordinance of the city of Manitou Springs, Colorado, imposing a temporary 6-month moratorium on the issuance of business licenses to e-bicycle operators and extending a 6-month moratorium on the issuance of business licenses to e-scooter operators.
I second it.
Okay, motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. Let's vote. Motion passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to new business. Item H1, proclamation number 0120, League of Women Voters Week. And tonight we have the proclamation, and it seems to me appropriate we should have a woman read the proclamation before we act on it.
We have to have the whole week. Okay.
Yeah, and I have the honor of reading this proclamation tonight, but first I just wanted to say a couple of things. First of all, we have the privilege of having Marcy Morrison here this evening, who happens to be the president of the League of Women Voters in the Pikes Peak region. So thank you, Marcy, doing great stuff. And secondly, the fact that the mayor and I had the privilege of going to the birthday of the 100th birthday party, which is February 14th, on for the League of Women Voters, and it was state, and that was quite exciting and a lovely event. So thank you for that as well. And I just want to say I'm sitting on the podium or on the dais here with 4 other female leaders, and I am just so proud of us as a city and as the women who step up to help govern. And I will never say we're in politics. I will say we help govern our city. And you know, when I think that it's only been 100 years that we've had the right to vote, that is shocking to me. And we are still a country of firsts for women, and that's inconceivable to me. So, but I will say too that women got the right to vote in 1893. So Colorado is always a little bit ahead of curve on so many things. So anyway, it's truly a night to celebrate and a year to celebrate. And the actual 100th anniversary of the right to vote is in August of this year. So there'll be lots of celebrations throughout the year. So anyway, here we go. Proclamation in honor of the 100th anniversary of the League of Women Voters of the United States. Whereas the League of Women Voters was founded in 1920 as a mighty political experiment by suffragette Carrie Chapman Chatt at the National American Women's Suffrage Association. And whereas the goal was to help the 20 million women who were granted the right to vote by the 19th Amendment understand and carry out their new responsibilities as voters. And whereas the success of this effort and tireless efforts over the last 100 years to strengthen and uphold its mission to empower voters and defend democracy, the League has become a trusted, nonpartisan organization. Trusted, nonpartisan, that's pretty important. I'm adding here, I'm editorializing. Whereas the League has sponsored legislation to protect and strengthen voting rights, as important as ever, free and fair elections, health, civil rights and environment, social welfare, campaign finance, climate change, and civil liberties. And whereas the League has consistently been noted for its nonpartisan election information, including sponsorship of candidate forums and information on state and local ballot issues, as well as the League's commitment to register, educate, and mobilize voters. And whereas the League believes that active and engaged citizens, let me say that again, active and engaged citizens, irrespective of gender, ethnicity, or political affiliation, are the hallmark of democracy and champions government systems that are open, transparent, inclusive, and equitable. And whereas the League of Women Voters of the Pikes Peak region was founded on February 14th, 1938 as the League of Women Voters of Manitou Springs and has actively advocated for good government and democracy in our city. Whereas we congratulate the League of Women Voters on their 100th anniversary and commend the League for its significant contributions to empowering voters and making democracy work. Now therefore we, the Manitou Springs City Council, do hereby proclaim February 14th as League of Women Voters Day, dated this 18th day of February 2020, signed by Mayor John Graham.
Mrs. Morrison, would you like to make any comments?
Well, first of all, I feel very fortunate that the Mayor Pro Tem was so enthusiastic about the proclamation, and I thank all of you who participated in listening to it. And so many of those words, when you think about it, apply to whether it's a small city, a small county, a big, large metropolitan area. Those words are very important, and perhaps all of us should recognize the fact that even though we seem to be in challenging times, the ladies backed the women just 100 years ago, and the years since have also been challenged. As I think I said during the meeting, during the presentation on Sunday, I think that some of the gentlemen said that we were men, we were sort of men, but we wore white heels. You know, white heels. I don't know if you get that or not. But the point is that it was a big struggle then, and it still is a big struggle. I read some of the percentages of how many people who are women are serving in Congress, and it's really a very small number. Our own legislature is one of the best in the country in terms of numbers of women, in terms of the numbers, and we have been for a number of years. But in Congress, I think the point was that although in 2018 it increased tremendously in the last vote that was taken in 2018, but it was about 2.9%. So women have a great deal to offer. You may say it's not politics, it's good government, and it does sound better, I suppose, but politics is politics. And once you get into it, let's face it, women haven't had as much to offer as men do. And I'm glad to see that in Manitou particularly, where you have 1, 2, 3, 4 women in most of our local government positions in this area. I counted them, and there are only 2. Think about the city council. I don't want to say negative things about any of our local our local government organizations, but we are, I think, particularly outstanding for having more women sitting on council, and that's been true for a number of years. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. And it's really a pleasure to serve the League of Women Voters. And by the way, we're going to be doing a lot of counting. You're going to see us around census taking, and that affects all of us. So census taking will begin in March. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Actually, I'm not sure if we need a motion to adopt a proclamation. Okay, so,
Yeah, I don't, what's our past practice been? I don't, you don't have to, but it's up to you, frankly.
I think it'd be kind of fun to do it tonight.
I move approval of this proclamation as read.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? Let's vote. Okay, passes unanimously, no surprise. Probably not necessary, like I said, it's just fun to do.
Oh, can we do a quick
I have a
photo?
question for a former mayor. Was it just a coincidence that it's on Valentine's Day?
I don't know the
Was
answer
that
to that.
intentional?
For our party, it was, because we have something called Love the League. So we always have it if we can. And so happened it, yes, we did it purposely.
Thank you.
Let's take a photo of you, at least like with council getting your proclamation. When you
Oh,
prove to the league it happened.
Yes, yes, because some of them went to
You want
file.
to hold the proclamation up for the photo op?
Okay.
Have Marcy.
Since Jack isn't here tonight to take photos.
While she's signing that, I'd just like to say also that I'm so happy that Congress has extended the Equal Rights Amendment deadline, and with Virginia being the 38th state to come on board. And so it's first women got the right to vote, and now I'm really hopeful that in my lifetime we will see the passage of the Equal Rights Amendment.
So how do you want this?
I think this is, I can see everyone as well, you're blocking Julie's head, but. All right, there we go. Perfect. All right, 1, 2, 3, one more. All right, excellent, thank you.
Is this one for?
And she can take that one. We've got another copy we can sign.
He's not even dry yet. Okay. Thank you. The next item of business, H2, consideration of resolution number 1120, a resolution adopting an updated universal fee schedule.
Or no, Nicole. Nicole.
Okay.
Yeah, what you said, what was that?
What's that? Okay, good. I'm like, I wasn't paying, I'm looking at photos. Darcy.
Yes.
I turned it there.
Just going too fast.
I know.
There's no such thing.
Just wait. I jinxed it
I was
now.
gonna say, you're doing so well.
Hi, Nicole Ortega, Deputy Finance Director. We are updating the fee schedule to be in alignment with the new cemetery fees, the new tobacco fee, and to update it so that it's correct for the parking. Are there any questions?
Yes. Were the parking fees recommended by the correct parking fees recommended by the TPB? I hadn't seen these particular ones before.
According to Kevin, these have been in effect for about 2 years, since before he started. So it just wasn't in the fee schedule.
I'm not sure why they were not being reflected properly. Every citation that's been written for that violation has been the fees that are shown now.
Okay.
The proposed changes.
Interesting. Are there going to be any more like this?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And the cigarette one, or the
It went up
$1. Okay.
Yeah.
That's just to cover the fees are just to cover the work. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Council, do you have any other questions? Ms. Ortega?
I have a question though. So, how long have we been charging fees in excess of what our code has provided?
Well, this is by resolution. So basically, the fee schedule should reflect the correct ones, but if they were already approved to be increased, then I feel comfortable with not having to go back and try to reimburse people.
Okay, so council did previously
They should have been
adopt this, it just never got written down or something, or? I
Did
don't
get
get it.
updated to our fee schedule. So our fee schedule is supposed to be one place where we can find how much all of our items cost. And we send these out to department heads, but parking has never had a department head. So I think they got missed on the last one.
Thank you for explaining.
Mr. Mayor, would you entertain a motion?
I would.
I move we approve resolution number 1120, adopting an updated universal fee schedule.
I'll second that.
Motion is second. Any discussion? No discussion. Let's go ahead and vote. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Okay, next item of business, Manitou Springs Transportation and Mobility Master Plan. This was discussed 2 weeks ago or more recently. We have our people from Kinley Horn. Hi, Kyle. Showtime is ready for you guys.
Good evening. I'll start.
Mayor, city councilors. My name is Laura Newman, and I serve as the contracted project manager on the Transportation Mobility Master Plan, as well as Hiawatha Gardens. And I just, there's a cover memo that's displayed, and it was in the packet, and I want to modify what we are going through this evening just slightly, or maybe perhaps clarify. The purpose of our time together this evening will be twofold. Which will be addressing the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan, as well as the Ruxton Functionality Study. And I do have the professional firm of Kinley Horn with me, but that will do the majority of the presentation. So just as an overview, we are going to present the answers to council that were posed on January 28th. We asked a series of questions. We've come back this evening to answer those questions. We are going to then formally ask council to adopt the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan this evening. We are going to share an updated spreadsheet of the recommendations of the Phase 1 implementation of the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan. If you have not yet seen it, I will distribute that at the appropriate time, and I do have some extra copies for the public. And then finally, as it relates to the Ruxton Functionality Study, we're going to ask council to acknowledge the study as a dynamic resource while giving feedback on what your preference was the last time we met. There were two preferences given. One is a modification that was not drawn, if you remember, the Ruxton corridor. There were several different versions, and you elected to have 1.5 explored more fully. So we're going to share that with you this evening. And then we did share the COG Mobility Hub version 2.0 with you. And tonight when we present it, there's going to be a series of questions that you would likely need to ask yourself if you're willing to go forward, and just confirm your preference on the Mobility Hub version 2.0 this evening. And so that's what we are going to do over the course of the next 90 minutes, perhaps shorter. So without further ado, I will turn it over to Stephen Chester to go through the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan.
Yeah. Thank you so much. All right, good evening, members of City Council. My name is Stephen Chester from Kimley Horn, and really pleased to present the Transportation Mobility Master Plan for adoption tonight. This has been a plan that's been in process for about a year now, and it's exciting to get to this point. It's been exciting the entire planning process to speak with so many members of the Manitou Springs community, business owners, residents, hearing about what they kind of see it for the vision, for the long-term vision of what how people want to move around and will move around Manitou Springs moving into the future. So I want to start with kind of where this plan fits in with all the different plans that Manitou Springs has. Really, the entire planning process was guided by Plan Manitou, the city-wide comprehensive plan done a few years ago. Really phenomenal document in terms of setting a long-term vision for lots of different things in Manitou Springs. A really comprehensive look at where the city wants to be 20 years into the future, focused on land use, the arts, education, etc. This plan really hones in on the transportation mobility aspects of that plan and provides a little more detail in terms of the near-term, mid-term, and long-term recommendations that will kind of help Manitou Springs move towards that vision as outlined in Plan Manitou specific to transportation and mobility. Now, this plan may be refined moving into the future by further more corridor plans or neighborhood plans, but ultimately what this plan does is help guide regulations and investments focused on transportation mobility for the city of Manitou Springs. Excuse me. So like I said, we've, over the past year, had the pleasure of speaking with the entire Manitou Springs community. Starting off in the spring, when we did a community mobility assessment, so really asking folks in the Manitou Springs community what's working well, what's not working well, what do they see as the future for mobility in the city. We then developed a set of goals during the summer months, doing some pop-up engagement. It was really fun. Got to go to the marathon and the wine festival and some other events, meeting people on their own time to talk to a real kind of diverse set of the Manitou Springs community, and also visitors as well to Manitou Springs. We then, over the fall, developed scenarios. Where do we want to head into the future? There's lots of different paths we could take, and so what's the preferred scenario for the Manitou Springs community when we're talking about transportation? And then lastly, we have a plan that's in front of you today that outlines those recommendations, strategies that help us achieve that vision. And so what's the purpose of this plan? It really sets this long-range vision. We're looking 20 years into the future to help us guide on where we want to go. But it's also a coordinated mobility plan. This isn't just focused on how people are going to drive throughout Manitou Springs or how people are going to walk or take transit, but really looking at all different modes and how those modes interact. And it's a citywide scale. We're not looking at just one particular corridor, one particular neighborhood. We're able to take a 10,000-foot view of the city, look at the entire city to help come up with a coordinated strategy. And this has been a really great example of regional collaboration too. Manitou Springs isn't operating in a bubble. We're impacted by what's happening throughout the entire region. And just the funding of this study is a real kind of illustration of that in terms of Colorado Springs, the Cobb Railroad, and the city coming together to help fund and lead this study. And so the vision is what we did during that kind of spring, summer phase is we took the vision from Plan Manitou and asked the community, is it still relevant? Does this still speak to you in terms of where we want to head with transportation and mobility? And we heard a resounding yes, so that was great. And so that vision from Plan Manitou reads, our community as a safe, multimodal transportation network that balances the needs of residents, visitors, and businesses, complementing our natural, environmental, and cultural history. I want to highlight the kind of the three groups there, the residents, visitors, and business owners. This plan really focused on creating a balance between those three kind of diverse sets of people. I mean, obviously there's people that are residents and business owners, but they all have different demands of the transportation mobility network. And so the strategies and the vision outlined in this plan really present a balanced approach that meet all the different kind of unique demands of these three groups. And so we started off by coming up with a set of guiding principles. Now these are the three topics that will remain true throughout the entire length of the plan and the planning horizon, that 20-year vision. Different strategies may change, or things may be implemented, and new recommendations may come in the future, but will remain the same as these three guiding principles. And the first being rethink how we move around today. That's something that we heard loud and clear from the community. We can't head down our path that we've been on in terms of really putting all of our buckets or all of our resources towards accommodating the personal automobile. There's just, given our natural conditions here in Manitou Springs in a canyon where we're not going to expand roads. There's limited resources to expand, to build big parking lots or something like that. Really, the path forward is rethinking how people are moving through the city, and that's by enhancing the role that transit plays, that biking, walking, and other modes take in terms of moving people throughout the city. In order to do that, we must redefine how we use our streets. Our streets today are primarily dedicated almost fully to the personal automobile. And so in order to achieve that first guiding principle, we have to think about how we allocate that space of our kind of constrained right-of-way. And how do we allocate that space that helps promote a vibrant and active transit network and pedestrian and bike network. And lastly, we want to reimagine the public realm. We realize that Manitou Springs is one of the most unique places in all of Colorado, if not the country. People flock here for its uniqueness and culture and art. And we want to make sure that any of these transportation investments that we're making only help to enhance that unique sense of place that Manitou Springs has. We don't want to take something from Denver or from another community and just apply it to Manitou Springs. We want to take a unique approach to tackling these unique issues that Manitou Springs has in order to, again, reaffirm that unique sense of place. And so last, when we had the council work session, we went to more detail about the specific recommendations, how we're going to achieve those guiding principles, but they're organized by the different modes. And so we have recommendations focused on transit, such as creating mobility hubs and linking those mobility hubs with high-frequency transit. Parking recommendations focused on enhancing communication and wayfinding to available parking resources, increasing the management of parking throughout the city, and lastly, enhancing supply in strategic areas. Walking and rolling recommendations focused on increasing overall pedestrian safety, extending the reach of the pedestrians, making a more inviting pedestrian realm throughout the entire city, and improving the pedestrian experience. So how do we make that walk just more engaging? Something similar to what we have today on Manitou Avenue. How do we continue that in other parts of the city? We have biking and micromobility recommendations focused on creating a network of connected facilities. We don't want to just create a bike lane here or there, but make sure it's a real network approach to providing a safe way for people to bike and take emerging technologies such as scooters and all sorts of things that we don't even know about today that are coming into the future. How can they safely move throughout the city? And we want to get ahead of some of those, that rapidly changing mobility environment by creating forward-thinking policies and regulations. We have street recommendations really focused on the right-of-way, focused on enhancing street safety, so making sure that the street network is safe for all roadway users, and improving efficiency and access. So really looking at some of those crucial intersections in Manitou Springs and how do we increase the efficiency and the safety of those intersections to make the entire system work better. And lastly, but not least, communication, which is critically important. Making sure that we implement a coordinated and engaging wayfinding network throughout the city, and really taking advantage of some next level technologies such as real-time information specific around parking, information that lets you know where to park and how many spaces are available in different locations. And also taking that not only on the street but also utilizing website and mobile technology as well. So people have a one-stop shop where to go to find out information about where to park and how to move in Manitou Springs. And so the plan is long-term, but also has some immediate priority projects or initiatives. We went into these in a little more detail a few weeks ago, but as a reminder, those are to advance that idea of the real-time communication wayfinding, the Ruxton Avenue design improvements, critical. Manitou Avenue and Ruxton are really the two main critical transportation corridors in the city, so we want to make sure that that design moves forward. The Cog Road Mobility Hub and Enhanced Transit Experience. Again, we're going to really play up the role that transit has in moving people throughout the city. We want to make sure that that transit experience is world-class, especially up at the top of Ruxton Avenue, where a lot of visitors are going. The Hiawatha Gardens Mobility Hub and enhanced parking, obviously something you know a lot about, something that's already been in motion, but making sure that the future of that property really realizes that vision of a mobility hub. So not only being a parking resource, but really a place where all the modes interact, where people can park once and then move seamlessly throughout the entire city. And then Manitou Avenue pedestrian crossing and design. We want to make sure that some of the pedestrian crossings in Manitou Avenue are as safe and efficient as possible, especially around that roundabout. We heard a lot about Ruxton and Manitou Avenue. So the city's already working on some near-term improvements in terms of how do we better organize that intersection for pedestrians and autos to move efficiently through that intersection. This is a change or an addition based on our feedback from the work session. We have a discussion about pilot projects. So some things can be done very short term, very cheaply, but in a way that helps test out some ideas. Some of these big long-term ideas can be implemented in the short term for temporary, just to see how they may work, and can be ripped up if it wasn't a great idea, but at least you spent a little bit of money in the short term as opposed to a lot of money in the long term. We have a discussion about pilot projects and why they may be important moving into the future. Something that's also in the plan is an action plan that focuses on phasing and also relative costs of the recommendations. And so this is just an example from the parking section, but there's one of these at the end of each modal recommendation section. So there's an action plan for walking, biking, transit, etc. And then also at the very end of the plan, a consolidated phasing plan that talks about what are all the near-term, mid-term, and long-term recommendations from the plan. So I just flew through that. We went through a lot of detail a few weeks ago. Happy to answer any more detailed questions about any specific recommendations. And I look forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Council, do we have questions? Tim?
Yes, I have one specific question and one general question. I have a million questions, but I'll narrow it down to two questions. Okay. My specific question is on page 41, recommendation 2.3 on the Hiawatha Gardens Mobility Hub.
Yes.
It says construct new parking supply, 100 spaces to 350 spaces. And I wanted to know if those were specific to Hiawatha Gardens or across the city, and also where those numbers came from.
Those are specific for Hiawatha Gardens, at least as in this plan. And those numbers came from just kind of looking at the potential loss of parking in other areas, such as along Ruxton and up at the top of Ruxton with the construction mobility hub. But again, it's a wide range, and it's more looking at what are the future demands of parking at top of Ruxton, and also some other places where parking may be reduced in the future. So we want to consolidate that mobility hub at Hiawatha Gardens.
So you were specifically looking at, so let me ask you this, is the 100 to 350 the anticipated need for parking across the city in the future?
It's, we didn't get into that level of detail. That's a really hard, it's a moving target.
It is a moving target,
yeah,
but
so
that number, I mean, we're paying attention to that number, so it's helpful to kind of know.
No, I understand. We want to provide some kind of scale. Like, are we talking 1,000 spaces or are we talking 10 spaces? So we were kind of guided to provide some sort of guidance in terms of, looking at, again, some of the loss of parking in other areas and future demands. But I wish I could stand there today and say exactly a formula that came up with that number. It's more of just, based on some of the information that we have.
Okay. So looking at other satellite parking to make up some of that, you were really concentrating on putting all the increased capacity for parking at Hiawatha Gardens.
Yeah, just given the kind of momentum that's already been in place with that site, and its kind of strategic location of being close to downtown but not in downtown. Eliminating people driving in and through downtown, creating more congestion downtown, but able to park once and be able to walk and bike safely through town.
Okay.
Stephen, I think Troy wanted to add to
Oh,
that.
I'm sorry.
Good evening, Troy Rest with Kimley Horn, also working on the project team. The parking number of 100 to 300 was, as Stephen mentioned, contextual to what's appropriate for Hiawatha. And that's a separate committee design, say how it fits with the historic structure and other. The 300 parking space was also added looking at demand from future growth up at the COG itself and through the growth expansion. That is a 20-year growth number, and it's sort of the cap of 300 is what we think we need citywide. Now, if you can get 300, you still have 100 existing at Hiawatha that you'd be eliminating to get the structure in. So we did have 3 mobility hubs, one at Higginbotham Flats that we do think in the long term as being a mobility partner, as well as obviously Hiawatha Gardens as the 2 main parking supplies. But that 100 to 300 was contextual. We think 300 is the max citywide.
Thank you. My second question is a little unusual, and that is, what should you talked a lot about what we should do. What shouldn't we do? What can get us in trouble if we act on things? What can get us in trouble? So what shouldn't we do?
Nothing.
Um,
Don't do that.
Exactly.
I would say, I like using the example of the guiding principles, or anything that's not in line with those guiding principles.
So do not violate the guiding principles. That's one.
Okay.
Okay.
I could stand all day giving specifics, but I think, for example, some things that would be not aligned with the guiding principles would be to build a massive parking garage in downtown. Because the idea of, the plan is to reduce congestion downtown and create more of a multimodal experience. And so by building a massive parking garage just downtown, you're bringing more traffic downtown. It's kind of going against what we're trying to solve. So that'd be one of the.
Okay. Thank you.
Some other questions?
I just have a little silly question. It was just a follow-up. I didn't quite understand the answer to Nancy's question. So, as I understand it correctly, the number 300 was mentioned, but the chart says 350. So, do I understand 2.3 enhanced supply under the parking action plan to mean that you have already determined that 350 parking spaces are available at the Hiawatha Gardens? Is that what that means?
Future. The recommendation for the future,
So construct new parking supply between 100 and 350 spaces. That's just a general recommendation in the future, that if we can get 350 cars in that location, that would be your suggestion?
For that specific location, as Troy was mentioning, that based on the future growth demands, looking 20 years into the future, that would be a recommendation for that mobility hub at Hiawatha Gardens.
If it fits within the context of the community. This did not make that decision. There's a separate committee that has a lot more information on the environmental issues, the historic issues, the community character issues that look at architecture. We're giving you an order of magnitude for that site. We think 100 to 350 can work there, but that's for a further analysis that another study is leading.
Thank you. I'll have more questions, but I'm gonna wait.
Mr. Shader?
Yeah, can you go back to that pilot slide? Because that's not in our packet, is it?
Yes.
It is?
I don't have control over that.
Scroll down.
Is that after page 207?
Yeah, I believe it's on.
This is the presentation, not the plan itself. So this is the presentation that accompanies the plan.
Page 82 of the.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
please go back to your vision statement?
Sure.
One of the. So I just want to segue into what Nancy was talking about of some things we should not do. And it's right there in your vision statement. We must complement our natural environment and cultural history. And I just want to make sure that the citizens of Manitou know that we will be taking a serious look at that. I was here at the meeting, last meeting, and we talked about a 1.5 version, and this will come up again later. But once I got home again, I took another look at it. My interpretation and understanding of that was perhaps different than what I'm seeing come up in the packet. And I'm very concerned about those two issues. Just want to put that out there, that those are two things we should not be doing, is not looking at the natural environment and the cultural history of Manitou as we move forward here.
So the 1 point, that's for the Ruxton design?
Correct. The corridor, yep. The corridor, and also that also included the discussion about the 2 transit stop alternatives.
Got it.
Stephen?
Yes.
In terms of the list of not to do, in your initial presentation, you were very specific about the Wichita lot and reasons for not developing it. And yet, in this document, I believe it's silent on that point. And I think with kind of a nod of heads, you didn't have any objection of counsel on that, but should that not be documented in here?
Well, I mean, we didn't, in the plan.
Which page? 71. 71.
In the plan, we talk about the process in which which recommendations kind of ended up in the plan. And part of that, one of the first steps is alignment with Plan Manitou. Like I said at the beginning, it's kind of that was the guiding document that's kind of set the framework in terms of the vision of the community. And so that is where some recommendations such as parking garage at the Wichita lot fell off in terms of, sure, it is a viable transportation option, but it doesn't align necessarily with the values of Plan Manitou. I have to go back and look at what some of those specific values are, but reducing congestion downtown is one of them, and some land use and downtown centric values in that plan.
Okay, and I missed the 71, and for the moment just stuck in pages 1 to 48. So, okay.
Oh yeah, so the project assessment we talked about, we used the Wichita parking lot and an alternative route for Ruxton, like a new road, which we heard a lot. We heard discussion about, which again is a viable transportation option, but doesn't align with the values of Plan Manitou. So those would be 2 examples of maybe some things we should do.
Mr. Shea.
Can we go back to that pilot slide again?
Sure.
Because I'm on page 82, and you talk about it in a narrative form, but I thought you had a chart. That's it on the next page? You didn't have a chart of your pilot projects?
We don't necessarily.
No, okay, that next one says pilot phasing.
Project phasing.
Oh, project phasing. Ah, okay. That went by so fast. I thought that was pilot phasing.
Sorry, yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
we don't necessarily.
I knew I hadn't read that as pilot phasing in here, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, we call out projects for immediate,
Right,
which
okay.
one
I got it.
we don't necessarily call out what projects should be piloted, because that's a kind of evolving conversation.
I just thought that was the pilot phasing, and it's not.
Parking.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Wolf.
Is there someplace in your report that talks about Higginbotham Flats and how or why you think that would be a good mobility hub?
Yeah, so that is called out in the transit section, I believe. Maybe.
Tell me what page that's on.
Page 33, 36. We talked about mobility hubs. We both short-term and long-term recommendations for the creation of mobility hubs. Short-term being Hiawatha Gardens and up at the top of Ruxton, and then more longer-term mobility hubs at Hiawatha Garden, Higginbotham Flats, and in the URA area.
That's on page 33.
33, it's mentioned on there, page 36, it's in the chart, creating mobility
Oh,
hubs in
Higginbotham
the transit
Flats.
action plan.
Oh,
It's
thank you, I
also
found
under
it
parking
now.
action.
I just can't, I'm just, I know it says work with developers to determine feasibility. I don't understand how that would work well, because you're either coming down Serpentine Drive or Washington.
So
They're both horrible.
this is
When
one
you
of
get to
the-
the bottom of Washington, you can't take a right without moving into the traffic in the opposite, going east. And, you know, Serpentine is steep as can be. I don't, did you do any work up in here about why that's such a good idea? Oh, it looks like there's $4 signs next to it. That's a really expensive choice too. But why did you think that was a good place?
So that's more of a longer term recommendation. We looked at also providing a new transit route, potentially like a gondola, for example, that was discussed, connecting Higginbotham Flats to downtown. So Higginbotham Flats would just access off 24. It could be that kind of one stop, park once, and then people can then access through a gondola or some other enhanced transit mode the rest of the city. So again, it's a longer term recommendation, but something that we thought was a viable option that again kind of meets the guiding principles that was discussed earlier.
So I think it was last Tuesday that Roy said that we could get small shuttles up and down Washington and or Serpentine if we used Higginbotham Flats as a mobility site.
Yes, so we could
do I get that
do
right?
smaller vans and they could go down either way. I mean, if it's workable. I know the one is through a residential community. The other side is Serpentine, which is always challenging. But the larger buses couldn't go down Serpentine. So it'd have to be smaller vans.
Well, there are more access off of 24.
You could go 24 down.
All the way down.
You could, yes, there is one.
So when I'm hearing that any consideration of Higginbotham Flats is way in the future.
No.
And then, just the gondola idea is where in the future, but we're gonna start busing people?
Well, we're not
Is this
starting.
now, or I don't
but we are-
understand if this is suggested for now or for the
But
future.
I'll discuss phase one implementation
Oh, sure.
by staff if I could. We've had so many conversations, so it's easy to get confused. So this is
Laura, could you?
Laura Newman, and I'm the hired contract manager for the mobility and master plan as well as Hiawatha Gardens. And Hiawatha Gardens has grown significantly into the phase one initiatives of the transportation and mobility master plan. So I'm going to wear that hat when I answer that question. So we hired this firm for $150,000 to do an umbrella overarching plan for Manitou Springs to adopt for the long term, up to 20 years. We then have a work group as well as many staff involved to present phase one implementation to you, which we did last Tuesday, and that's where you're getting confused. And so I am going to share tonight, and while noting that we're coming back on March 10th to present these recommendations to you that have been further fleshed out since the last time we met. And the only reason I'm bringing it up at this meeting is because there's something in your packet called fiscal impact. And the fiscal impact of implementing every project within the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan is huge. We whittled it down to just doing these pilot projects over the course of the summer before we come back to you in fall of 2020 to make longer term recommendations about the size of the garage, how we will fund the garage, potential bonding and so forth. So I'm going to pass this out and just walk you quickly through this. You have one, please. And this will just be an expanded version of the sheet that you had the last time we met last week. We have several questions which we attempt to get through our best to answer. and I have just a handful left that I'll give my good friend Greg, and he can determine what to do with those, okay? So I just want to briefly go through this and mention, first of all, if you could just date and time so tonight's date. And we are gonna present to council on March 10th, 4 key mobility projects, which are outlined below. The electronic parking spot availability with supporting wayfinding signs, 2 pedestrian crosswalks out of the 6 that are recommended, the potential of having a project manager to oversee this implementation, and some Hiawatha Gardens aesthetic enhancements, small aesthetic enhancements, but if we are going to choose to charge for parking in Hiawatha Gardens, we feel we need to clean up the site. So on March 10th, we're going to come back and present those to you. We need a little bit more time to do some of the bigger items. And so you'll see mid-April, we're going to come back and we are going to recommend some modifications on the city managed parking, including the potential meters I just mentioned in Hiawatha Gardens, and the potential of charging for shuttle pricing, not the bus, but if we lease a particular shuttle. Very good. And we are going to recommend modifications on the meter pricing throughout Manitou Springs by hour, season, and location. We are going to come back with a Higginbotham Flats recommendation. That's not, as you recall, it's jointly owned. We have the issues with the streets. We have the size of the shuttle, but we are going to explore that, and that's why we're asking for mid-April to come back with a firm recommendation. We're also going to make a recommendation on some URA property at that time, mid-April, as well as a potential partnership with the middle and high school that requires some additional discussion. Also, there's a potential of 30 additional spaces in the permit lot we're going to explore, and we are going to engage a financing firm to explore bonding and so forth. So that's by mid-April. And I don't think I need to go farther into the sheet necessarily, but you'll see that we're going to present a great deal more information about the Colorado Springs utility project work that will overlap in the presentation tonight on the Ruxton. And you'll see all these notations that we have about wanting to do that before the COG reopens, what we have planned for residents. This is a work in process, so mid-April we'll have more information. And then in the fall of 2020, we will make a summary of the pilot projects and a recommendation going forward, recommendation on the future of the Hiawatha Gardens building. And then in the spring of 2021, we expect to come back with a recommendation about the COG mobility hub design, as well as the Ruxton corridor design. And so you can see the funding sources that are at the bottom of the sheet, but that's why Councilor Wolf, you were a little bit confused about, is Higginbotham long-term? Well, paving Higginbotham and having a permanent bus stop there is a longer-term solution. We'd like to just pilot it to see if we could make it happen with a smaller shuttle, just a little bit of pea gravel, working out a relationship because of the joint ownership and so forth. And so that's why it sounds like we're talking from two different, this is overarching longer term, and ours are short term.
May I ask a question? So we're being asked to adopt this or approve this whole shebang tonight? I understand.
Not the pilot projects until March 10th.
So which part of, there are a lot of pages to this.
Yes.
Which parts are you asking us to adopt? Am I being asked to agree with Higginbotham Flats recommendation or not? Do you know?
There is a 128-page document called the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan. I think you're referring it to on your iPad. And we are asking you to adopt that. And if you'll notice, it doesn't say that you will adopt Higginbotham Flats and those $4 signs. It's saying that is one of the options that the firm has recommended that we consider, along with 30 other different projects that you all will prioritize and staff will execute.
So it's those, so it's the attachment that has like page 1 through 48 and 49 through whatever.
It was
That's
broken
what
down.
we're being asked to adopt?
Yes, and I'm sorry.
Page thing?
The only reason it came across that way is, I guess, because of the size of the document. All those 3 attachments our one transportation and mobility master plan. I believe it's 128 pages. All of those is the plan. I think it just was broken up because of the size.
And when did that get revised to include all this stuff about collaborating with the COG on the hub?
Oh, okay, thank you. That's the Ruxton functionality study. That is, you are not asked to, we're not talking about that yet. We'll conclude and then we'll present that, and that's a study, not a plan. You don't need to adopt it. And you're gonna probably have a lot of dialogue around the recommendations coming forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was helpful.
I have one question, just a quick question on this handout on the
Yes.
second page, the potential for spaces in permit lot, which permit lot?
Can you help me with that, Kevin, when you mentioned the potential of the permit lot?
Prospect lot. The lot C up on Prospect Place.
Thank you, I need to put that on there, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll step away from the podium. Shall I ask Stephen to come back up, or?
Let's see, council, do we have any further, but first, do we have any additional questions for Laura? Okay, Laura.
I do for Laura.
Yes.
It's in a footnote. The mention of high, thinking about the flats. Is there a potential conflict between this strategy and the plan to put a cog railway park up there? It strikes me the same parcels are involved.
I don't know about the COG Railway Park unless that's the Friends of the Flats group. Are they wanting to do that perhaps?
No, it's really the deployment of.
Oh,
We had a COG car and the Open Space Committee and some other people who were looking at how to utilize those cars and made pretty good progress on the concept of using those two lots and the right-of-way between them for that railway park.
Nancy, excuse me.
If it'd be okay, and Roy's been on top of this as well. The plan for the car was prior to the mobility study being done and this recommendation for a thing at Higginbotham being recommended. Additionally, Laura, thank you, got us an extension on GE Johnson storing the cars for us, which bought us some time on what to do with them. Roy has been in contact with some people to discuss possible options because having the potentially, if we do adopt this plan to put a temporary or piloting a satellite parking lot to be converted at some point into a mobility hub could potentially change that recommendation from the group. So that's where we are. We're still remain in a state of flux over that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Should Stephen come back to the podium?
Just a minute here. Council, we're about the 45 minutes we've allocated for this, so I guess I'd like to get a real quick sense of council where we're at, if we need to continue to ask questions or if we think we're kind of coalescing towards perhaps a motion. Councilman Wolbert, what's your sense?
I'm ready for a motion.
Councilman Todd?
I'm ready for a motion.
Councilman Shea?
Fine.
Councilman Chandler? Councilman Wolf? Okay. All right, so I guess we will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the Manitou Springs Transportation and Mobility Master Plan as presented.
Do we have to say adopt?
You know, those words are used interchangeably, but if you're gonna adopt it as an official plan for the city, that would make more sense.
So, can I redo that motion? I move to adopt, is that where we need to add that? I move to adopt the Manitou Springs Transportation and Mobility Master Plan as presented.
Second.
Can I ask Nancy a question?
We're just welcome for discussion. Councilman Wolf?
Did you state, I think, are you the one who told me that once, if we can get an official adoption of this, then that will allow us to start looking for funds?
It helps when a city has a formal plan. It does help a lot in going after grants or other potential funds because it shows the granting or the PTACP or whoever that we've got our act together and we're really prepared to start implementing.
So this would help that?
This definitely helps that.
Any further discussion? I think we're ready to go ahead and vote. Council, please vote. Passes unanimously. Okay. Next. We all just breathe silently. Yes. Next item is to discuss the Livingston corridor. Would anyone like to take a break before we do that? Okay, let's take a 10-minute break, come back at 7:30, and we'll go ahead and discuss Ruxton.
Definitely worries. I was. Yeah. Your response to Nancy's first question is not what I was hoping for.
It's okay. Yes, did you? Yes. Okay, yeah.
But if I can, I would love to this too, so I can read your comments.
Yes, I'll electronically, when you can just take this.
I know.
Oh, okay, yes. One day, I am. Denise has asked that we open up Hiawatha Gardens to these first meetings, there's not one on. And so she asked for it for sometime in March, and we just sent the dates. Okay, but we're very interested. She just doesn't want to make sure we get preference towards the process. Okay, that's wonderful.
And we're, it's like, we're interested, we're highly motivated.
Okay, terrific.
No, but the parking garage too.
Oh, okay, all right, great, great. So whenever that snaps a word.
Cool, okay, good.
March, I would guess it's early March, in my opinion.
Is there any? I know.
I gotta go. Yeah, thank you.
I know there's something else why I'm back.
Yes, but happy to do it if she says yes.
You are. I'm impressed you made it here tonight.
I was actually on the road at 6 in the morning to go to Kansas City, so I got, that was real rough. I'm here.
But so when I saw your name, I was like, oh, but I just sent you out loud for the first time. No, I didn't, that's all.
So, I don't know if the downstream will be.
Great to see you back. Yes.
And they
I have no problem.
Yeah, well, I think it's kind of weird. It's a lot of clear.
No, something is definitely wrong.
Yeah, there it is. They give me the bum chair every time. I always feel that way anyways. You don't need to help me with that.
In my last, my second to last,
Yeah, okay. That's pretty funny. I got some.
I noticed it earlier.
It's okay now, but it's like definitely it's on its last legs. It's like I know. I was in a very time I was in a council meeting one time. I was covering for somebody, so it wasn't my regular client. I was up on the high days, like this, and I was sitting aside, and we were all in the audience, and I just leaned back, and the whole chair just flipped me over. Like I got launched. But I ended up my legs in the air. It was one of those things like I couldn't even. I had to like roll over and get up. It was just. I was totally fine. I said I popped up and I said that's the last time I had a few beers before I come to a meeting. And everybody laughed.
Yeah, I saw that.
All right, I'll try one. Perfect. Thanks.
Where did you get that? What is that?
I'm pretty good.
Energy bar.
Oh,
Where'd you get it from? Oh, I want to have one. Thank you.
So I didn't get your official thoughts today.
I know I was gonna say for You do look
Thank you.
good, but as you know, my office has been, Kevin, my office, the door's been closed most of the day.
I did not lock, I turned down the lights and.
That's fine, don't worry, all is
Good
well.
job. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, Manitou. Yeah. Now we're back to the Rushton walkabout, right? Yeah. If you ever want to do another one of those, give me a call.
Oh, yeah, definitely, I'll get that. I've been sending all the videos from up on the website. But that is a joint. We'll see you next
Right, so your indemnity will go down the road. Or say maybe your car breaks down, or you're stuck in the snow or something. You can just show up there. This gives you more time.
Oh, was that the same?
I'm good. Thank you.
They were also more could be a surprise. Well, it's probably been 3 years.
Yeah.
Did you get one of those energy bars?
Yeah.
Peanut butter, honey, yeah.
And this is just like a citizen that is carrying a wonderful. And I don't want to women's clubs.
Yeah, and she's right now. She is amazing. She does everything with town. What you want. It's one of those. She's now.
Yeah. They get to work together something that
It's just fantastic.
Because it was like, and it's the best. And so it started being alive and grabbing things and planning together. Kyle knew about it all. He knew about it. And it's great that we're
That's great.
oh, just great.
That's one of the
But when you're talking about all the
yeah, it's separate from like they're managing the streets. They need someone to coordinate the future planning.
immersed in the project themselves, and he has the example of like, but not the time.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Out of that world.
you started jobs for.
I think she's been there 5 years.
Sigh of relief there.
Then you look next to me like,
Yes.
And that's it. So, Kyle, you remember?
I know we discussed it, but I can't remember
I'm not sure what you want to know.
Good job. She's good.
So we can talk on Thursday.
Okay, we're resumed. We're now on item H4, that is the Ruxton Avenue Functionality Plan Update. Kyle McLaughlin, Kyle?
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Kyle McLaughlin. I'm representing the firm Kimley Horn, and we are the consultant for the Ruxton Avenue Functionality Study. We, just like the TMMP, presented to the work session a few weeks ago on January 28th. And this is just a follow-up to that meeting to confirm a few desires of council that were voiced at that time, and to present some further analysis and some further drawing that we've done in coordination with those preferences, and that's basically it. So I'll start off with a review of the community process, including what we talked about last time. Then I'll go into the cross-section that was suggested, as well as some initial corridor layout and the mobility hub that was noted as preferred, and then get into an overall cost estimate for these improvements that we've kind of worked through over the last few weeks, and then talk about next steps.
Point out the change in the packet.
I will. Yeah. Oh. So there are a few changes in the packet that did not make it in time for the posting. A couple of things on the presentation themselves. 2 slides were swapped to accommodate a few changes and a recommendation specifically that we had made informally previously in the mobility plan and through conversations with our project advisory committee, but however was neglected to be put into the draft that you received in the packet. I do have additional papers that cover those specific pages that were edited for that change and that recommendation that was left out. And I made enough copies, hopefully, for all of council, and a few for the spectators. You guys have that? Okay. Okay, and I'll touch on fans, fan voice. So I'll talk to that specifically when I get to that point in the presentation. But just to reiterate, we're not looking for any official motion or any adoption or anything like that was associated with the previous presentation. This is more or less we're looking for a confirmation of this is what council is looking for in the final document. So a review of the community process. This did not show up the way it should. I can see that it's there. That's not good. Is this what your packet looks like as well, your presentation? Okay, good. Well, I can swap out. I have my presentation on my.
Here, do you want to use this? We can probably do
Yeah. So that. Yep. So is it just? You can? Okay.
Go ahead and.
Yep.
What are these?
Yeah, it could be as simple as restarting the PDF on that viewer. You want to scroll down to a couple, see if it's there. There we go. There we go. There it is. Okay. Okay. So I'll make sure I don't full size it. So the review of the community process, went over this in the work session, but the main pieces were project advisory committee meetings. We had a number of them over the life of the project. We conducted a walking audit with staff and the community. We walked the actual corridor and tried to see what it looked like in person. We held a public open house that sought to get people's input as to the vision and overall what the goal of the actual project is. We conducted a community design charrette for a day-long charrette where the community was invited in to present ideas and draft up different options with the project team. And then, as I stated, on January 28th, we came to a work session with council and presented a number of options for the corridor. So at that at January 28th council work session, we showed 3 different roadway cross sections, shown here on the bottom, just to remind people. And council voiced the desire to move forward with a hybrid, a 1.5 that was slightly different than any of the options we showed. And then we also showed 2 mobility hub options, and council again voiced the desire to explore the option number 2, which looked at a collaborative agreement with parcel owner. And I wanted to highlight that while that was council's preference, for the sake of the plan, we're carrying 2 forward in the final plan, just so that we don't tie ourselves up. And there are still options that, in case the what ifs, the what if it doesn't get negotiated, the what if everything doesn't align, that we're not kind of stuck in an impasse at the end. So I suppose without further ado, the preferred solution as voiced by council was solution 1.5. This was keeping the parking on the south side of the roadway, and then providing what extra sidewalk space and extra space came from the narrow landing on the south side to the north side. So this is a cross section that kind of represents what that looked like as far as from what we could glean from what council had stated. The primary objective is to improve vehicle sightlines and overall safety for the corridor. This does result in still a loss of roughly 10 parking spaces along the entire corridor, and those are the spaces that are associated with poor sightlines for vehicles going around corners or intersection safety issues, having parking immediately adjacent to accesses and things that kind of impede the overall visibility of drivers and impede the safety of residents or walkers and bicyclists. And then lastly, to introduce that wider sidewalk or trail on the north side with that excess space gained from the south side reallocation of right-of-way. So overall, this map kind of shows where the kind of trail improvements are, where a couple of proposed sidewalk crossings and improvements are, and then where on-street parking would be kept along the corridor. My next several slides are essentially some visualization of the corridor, taking that cross-section and applying it to the road right-of-way along the entire distance from Manitou Avenue all the way up through the split, the one-way split, and then again all the way up through the COG lot. So this first section is the kind of downtown, the nearest to downtown, the commercial core of the area. So kind of key pieces to this was we heard a lot about needing to keep parking access for those businesses on the north side. And since there's a lot of that stretch, that first stretch between Manitou Avenue and Osage that doesn't have any access, we thought that it was probably pertinent to keep that parking as is, as the whole cross section kind of emulates what is existing and just changes it a little bit. So this is actually the existing conditions, not a whole lot of change in that stretch, and then it transitions to actually 5 foot at least sidewalks on both sides through the rest of this corridor because there is available right-of-way, and there is commercial on both sides of the road. We felt that it may be pertinent to keep that at minimum 5 foot sidewalk through this area.
There were enhancements at the roundabout with curb extensions.
Yep. So that's looking at the actual corridor. Then if we look at the intersections, the intersection of Manitou Avenue and Ruxton, we've suggested in the past and believe that it's a good thing to explore from the city of improving the roundabout. We've heard a lot of concerns of pedestrian getting in the way of vehicles, or vehicles kind of accelerating and not worrying about pedestrians, and trying to keep in mind that there's times when the corridor and the city is just filled with people, both pedestrians and vehicles and transit. So what we're suggesting or recommending to look into further is signalizing the roundabout in a way that doesn't change it from being a roundabout, but that changes the way vehicles and pedestrians interact in the roundabout. So it's not common. They're not. It's not something you can look at any standards and kind of find. But we think that making the roundabout signalizing so that pedestrians will have a phase dedicated to them, so they can move about the intersection as they would like, and then allow the vehicles to do the same for different periods. Maybe it's during the peak period of the peak season, and otherwise it would act and operate as a normal roundabout. I know that's a lot and not stated very eloquently, but do we want to ask questions or?
I think the sense is we'd like to let you go ahead and make a presentation, and we'll entertain questions afterwards.
Perfect. Okay, so then moving to the next piece, the Osage intersection, we believe that there's some minor modifications that can happen at the Osage intersection to just kind of tighten up the geometrics and make it more obvious for what vehicles and pedestrians should be doing, including potentially a crossing for the pedestrians. And that's kind of the highlights of this first section. Section 2, kind of defined by the Church Street curve, is where we transition from having that wide sidewalk on both sides to the proposed 1.5 cross section of a small landing on the south side and the excess space given to the north side trail or sidewalk. We believe that there should be potentially a crossing here as that wide sidewalk ends, so that pedestrians know that they should cross to the north side to continue on the sidewalk if they're wanting to traverse the corridor. We believe that this is that the Church Street intersection itself is one of those locations that should have some reduced parking for sightlines for vehicles and overall safety. This is one of these two intersections are some of the highest crash frequency locations in the entire corridor. So it kind of reminds us that this is a need for safety, as well as potentially provides that kind of clarity for the future. And then highlighting that this is one of the locations that Ruxton Creek pushes up the closest to Ruxton Avenue. And we've heard a lot about trying to celebrate the natural beauty of the creek and celebrate just the creek itself. So we believe that in this area is one of those locations you really should be able to do some kind of investment and some kind of celebration area between the creek and the roadway. Section 3 is the straight section between Brooks, I believe it's Brooks Street, yeah, Brooks Street, and just before Pilot Knob. This is a fairly standard, apply the cross section for much of it until you get to the Ruxton Creek bridge, where you have to kind of squeeze down, and you wouldn't be able to provide parking across that bridge. Other than that, there is this location that we believe may be best suited for a landscape bulb out rather than parking, just because of the distance between the access points. We just don't think that it's one of those locations that for safety and the visibility for those accesses, that maybe it shouldn't be on-street parking.
Access to what?
Access to the driveways and to personal, to the property. And then, after the Ruxton Creek bridge, the existing condition is kind of deteriorating on the south side. There's a lot of where vehicles park there now, but you can tell there's a lot of erosion that's happening, and it's partly due to just not having a firm foundation. It's partly due to the creek being that close to the roadway again. But we believe this is one of those locations that maybe you look at including a guardrail, some kind of decorative, community contextually appropriate guardrailing that enhances the safety for those vehicles parking on the south side. The next section is from Pilot Knob through about midway through the split. This section is kind of one of the unique sections that currently there is parking on the south side, and we believe that by flipping the parking to the north side in this particular section, that you'll be able to provide that pedestrian buffer through the parked vehicles and through just the curbing to kind of get rid of the existing simple striping on the roadway. This is one of the critical safety issues throughout the corridor, where the pedestrians are kind of set on that blind corner, and we believe that really some attention should be paid to that corner for safety and just making it more realistic and more likely for the pedestrians to be using the sidewalk and not be in the middle of the street, so that they feel safe, so that they feel seen. And doing this allows for some shifting of the roadway to provide additional space for some geometric improvements for Pilot Knob as well. There's been a lot of concern over kind of the quick sloping downward intersection of Pilot Knob, and this would provide an extra. I mean, it's not much. It's maybe 10 feet, but gain what you can where you can for the geometric improvements. And then the section after the split, after New York Avenue, on the westbound, we're proposing basically to kind of re-identify where pedestrians and vehicles should be going. Due to fire code and due to just the natural constraints, the topography, the creek, and the hill, you have to have 15 feet of clear for fire code minimum to go up a one-way. And if you were to provide 15 feet for just the auto lane in this section, you'd only have about 1.5 or 2 feet for the pedestrians. So what we're saying is provide that 10-foot travel lane, and then some type of either raised small barrier, small median, or rumble strips, or something that indicates to regular autos and the personal auto that they shouldn't be driving over that, but that still allow the emergency vehicles to utilize that space in that high need. And that kind of is indicated here. It's shown as like a brick color, just meaning to be something different that that delineates the vehicle and pedestrian expectations. And then,
excuse me, that particular point is where the road forks, is that correct?
yep, after where the road forks into two one-ways, going eastbound, that's our recommendation. But up to that point, and as you can see with the illustration, it's apply that 1.5 cross section, and then yeah. The last section is the COG area, from kind of where the two one-ways are still coming up the road, Iron Springs, Chateau, and this is where we get into the mobility hub alternative 2.0. What does that look like? This is a visualization of kind of where the expected improvements would be. The one key piece that's different than what you've seen previously is trying to get the trail that's coming on the eastbound north side of the road, trying to get that trail and that sidewalk down to the amenities, down to Iron Springs, as well as to the Cog Railway. And that's just shown as this is just one mock-up that's not been vetted by any of the stakeholders or anything. This is showing just one rendition of that, as well as showing the dedicated right turn for autos into the Cog parking lot, and then the dashed line is the expected route for a transit or bus vehicle.
And the bus stop up there.
And then yeah, this location is where has been talked about previously for a potential investment into the bus shelter, the mobility hub itself. And again, I want to kind of pause there and remind people that we are still saying that alternative 1.0 is on the table and should be on the table if that collaborative agreement and a potential regional funding for this improvement can't be found. We don't want to kind of pigeonhole into something that just can't happen. And then I suppose the last thing is the cost estimates. Troy, you handed out the.
I did.
Oh, sorry. I said I was going to stop when that's fine. So the major differences here are the roadway includes a $350,000 estimation for signalizing that Manitou Avenue roundabout. And we split it up into several different projects, kind of in respect to the conversations we've been hearing from the Hiawatha Gardens group and trying to realize that there is probably going to be some type of phasing between these projects, with trying to get maybe utilities in before the COG reopens, or trying to apply for federal grants for one project but not the other. So that's why this is split up kind of the way it is.
And just to emphasize, there should be an asterisk by the mobility hub. That does not include, does not assume land. That means we assume from those costs that it's a collaborative working agreement with the landowner.
Which hub is that?
That's the one at the COG.
Yep, that's the alternative 2.0. The alternative 1.0, I believe, should be in your packet as well. It was about 150,000 with assuming some improvements to the shelter or something like that.
$500,000 to build a little bus stop? What am I missing?
This isn't a little bus stop.
Yeah,
well, that's what I need to know. What is the difference between a mobility hub and a little bus stop?
So the one of the big pieces we've been talking about, and the mobility plan has been talking about, is trying to shift the mentality. One of the guiding principles is why is it rethink how we move around. So if we're trying to make people rethink the way they get to the COG or to these amenities, we believe that there should be some additional investment into the actual stop itself. So that cost that you saw has a $250,000 just high-level estimate of what it might cost to build a structure next to the COG depot, as well as make it architecturally and contextually relevant and kind of fit up there. So that's why that has that kind of boosted cost. About 250 of that 500 to 750 is the cost of the actual station, the bus stop.
But there's also parking,
Can you-
regrading,
Can
and
you tell me
other
that in a
investments.
more simple way? Can you
Yeah.
tell me
So-
what is in the mobility hub to make it cost over $500,000? Are there 100 bathrooms or what? I'm sorry, but I don't understand your answer.
Okay, sure.
So the 750 of the cost includes modifications to the parking lot. So
Troy,
the-
did you just mention?
Troy Russ with Kimley Horn.
Thank you.
If we could back up to the 750 includes modifications to the parking lot and the pavement structure to support the bus. Right now, there isn't asphalt or enough of a sub-base to the roadway or the parking lot to support the bus. And so that 750 is more than a shelter. About 500,000 of it is actually dedicated to the roadway improvements itself. So the bus can appropriately circulate through the parking lot, modify the access, modify egress in. In addition to that, the shelter at this location versus the other, we want to be architecturally consistent with the depot. And it is a higher level of amenity, and this is a standard cost for a high capacity transit bus stop anywhere in the US.
So this doesn't involve burying any utility lines to make room for the bus to pull in? This is just
There is
improving
a-
the road and giving a little shelter?
Yeah,
Do I
so-
get that right? That's going to be aesthetically consistent.
So I believe in your packet, there should be a breakdown of each one of these things, and one of the OPCs, the opinion of probable cost, is for this mobility hub, and it shows we are assuming some length of utility undergrounding, specifically for where the parking is now. That would become a right turn lane. So we're saying let's bury that little piece so that we can make that a right turn lane. Versus now there is 2 large utility poles. I believe there's a fire hydrant there and a couple other utilities that will have to be impacted by this specific.
As well as the utility pole that goes all the way down to what I'm calling kind of Incline Street. It's in the middle of your sidewalk there.
Yep. Yeah. So there's a couple of.
That's included.
Yeah.
So under mobility hub, that includes moving the utilities you just mentioned, as well as fixing the road, as well as creating.
That's what that 500 to 750,000 would
That's
give.
exactly right.
Yes. In our estimate.
Councilman Chamberlain?
At our last discussion, I was not one of the individuals who was really enamored with Plan 2, mainly because of the sticker shock. What I would have liked to have seen, this is a great presentation, what I would like to have seen, it would have been a mock-up of both transit hub solutions, because it looks really pretty up there, but when we're talking about $500,000 to $750,000 versus around $150,000 for option 1, I'd like to see a visual of what that would look like before I feel comfortable with, and that's just one of the issues I have with deciding what would be the better option moving forward. I'm not sure if you can do that, but I'd really like to see that.
Yeah, we can dress the alternative one up in the same fashion as we did the.
Thank you.
Just staying on that question, is alternative 1 where the current stop is or further down?
Alternative 1 is where basically the exact same location that the current stop is, where the stair step kind of benches are. So that's alternative 1. We had suggested that maybe that becomes sheltered or covered. Maybe there are some other amenities. Yeah.
Okay, and getting a schematic of that. And then if I may just go on to another related question, we also discussed the incline users and how currently documented the only way they can get to these bus stops is to cross 2 lanes of traffic up and down as they go to the incline and as they return. And that particular, that's a safety challenge. It's a congestion challenge. And we talked about possibility of having 2 bus stops, one that's upbound that basically services the incline, and one that's downbound that basically services the COG. Where are we with that, getting that incorporated in here?
So I understand your question, is using the same bus to stop both times? Is that what you're thinking?
That would be a possibility.
So
That would stop the cross.
I think, thinking about, if I was using the bus, unless there was something stopping me from getting off at that COG location, if I'm an incline user, I don't know why I would wait to then be let off further away. I don't think that any user, right, if I'm on the bus and it stops at the depot, an incline user is probably going to get off there rather than wait to be let off a couple thousand feet down.
In that example, the COG user would be let off on the upbound stroke of the bus on the right-hand side. 2 stops, right?
So, meaning doing this?
As long as the COG users get off and get on somewhere on the right-hand fork as you go up,
okay,
you don't have the issue you outlined.
And then the bus goes up through the parking lot, or how would the bus get back down?
A bus stop earlier.
A bus stop earlier here to let off incline users and then come up?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think that's definitely not out of the realm of possibilities. It would just be something that would have to be worked out with Mountain Metro and, trying to make sure we mitigate any impacts to vehicle queuing or anything like that, but I don't see why that would be an issue. Sorry, I didn't understand your initial
Right.
question.
It almost seems like, unless you have a different solution, that's almost mandatory. And now that you've spent a little bit of time on it, the bus could actually stop in that loop area, for example. It's dedicated to these buses. And that loop area also brings you roughly to the height of that, backside of the hill there.
We, in final design, would figure that out, right? This is a conceptual design. If this is that the COG and the city feel that this is the answer, we could explore that through the final design process. There's some hesitancy just because of space and having passengers drop off in the bus circulating lane. And then we're also dropping off people on private property. And so that's a different conversation with the landowner than a bus traversing it. And so I think all valid ideas. I hear you saying, can we get a closer stop to the incline? And is there a way on this route? And I think we should do a charge of the preferred alternative to look at bus stops in final design. That's a good solution. Right now, I think in preliminary design, there's nothing really here to preclude that study from happening. So I think this allows that to happen. We just want instructions from council to make sure you add a stop to provide the incline user. Is that appropriate response?
Well, I mean, what strikes me is what we're talking about is getting two birds with one stone by doing this. So I don't see it as a secondary. I see it as adding to.
No, we hear you, but where it happens, if it's back on the sort of the eastern side, right at the fork there, or if it's in the loop, I'm not sure about that. There's a lot of conversations that have to happen with the landowner to pull that off, and I'm in no position here. I think the final design, it's a natural position to work that out. We think it's a great idea. We'll put instructions to try to achieve that so that final design can figure out your goal. I don't think we can tonight even agree to it because it's involving someone else's property. When you're landing people on it, it's a different conversation than a bus passing through it.
Yeah, my understanding is currently there's a pseudo agreement with the Iron Springs as well as with the COG, allowing those incline users to walk up and use their parcel, so it would be the same type of conversation that needs to happen.
We like the idea, and we will put it as instructions as the next steps. We think you can add a second stop.
One final comment, I'll be done. It's a safety issue, so I just want to emphasize that. What you're encouraging is a lot of cross traffic, a lot of
This alternative,
people
that's
walking
without-
around and wandering around. So that's a point. And the second point, and I lost it and I apologize, but.
No, I think those are great
I think there
points.
should be a lot of steam behind this, not, this is, will be an afterthought to be dealt with once we decide location of the bus stop.
We can add a note showing the second stop for details to be figured out in final design. But I agree, we agree with you.
I guess I think if we're gonna keep this alternative one in this plan, I guess I would like something out of the consultants that from your professional recommendation. How many people who are going to access the Cog Railway are logically gonna use that number one stop? And I guess to me, I would like to know that, because to me, I see that as a critical issue in whether that's on the table. All right? If essentially number one stop is really only going to be used by inclined people, and logically speaking, it's just too far and too much of a hill to traverse for COG users. Okay, in other words, if they can't conceive it, or the Cog Railway can't get behind it in terms of explaining to people how they would use that, how they would traverse it and explain the grade and the whole 9 yards, then to me, I guess I'd just like to have some professional guidance on just the viability of that, because I think that makes us understand how much, how many metro buses we want going up there, an expectation in terms of who's on it, okay? And then I think it interacts with Todd's comments, which is if essentially that's what ends up being the pair, because these other ones end up being off the table, then is there a more appropriate place to let off those inclined people?
Same
principle.
Yeah. So my gut was moving. I don't know what we can do with this project to give any accurate estimations of the difference in likelihood for use. It would be really difficult to.
I feel very comfortable in 27 years of experience between the two alternatives, giving pros and cons.
Talking in the mic.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, for us, I do think we can give you anecdotal professional advice on this. We don't need to do a ridership forecast.
Yeah, I know that.
So we do think alternative one is very good for the city because it provides mobile access for the incline, which is a major destination in the world.
Right.
It will not serve the COG and its mobility. I'll say it. It's 4,000 people. It's not about, but it's still a great option for the Ruxton corridor. And because the incline is such, not 4,000 feet, what was it there?
It's like 1,000 or 1,300.
Okay, on a 20% grade. So it won't effectively serve the COG, but it does effectively serve the incline. And so, again, we recommend option 2 under conditions that you have a collaborative relationship with the COG, because it serves both the incline and the COG, which is the transportation challenge of the corridor. So those are sort of the realities of where we are.
Okay, so I have another question for you. So if number one is picked, okay, and you're saying it's unlikely that COG people would use the transit mobility infrastructure, okay, then to me, I'm wondering, why in the world would we then invest in an elevated parking garage in Hiawatha Gardens if, logically speaking, nobody's going to park there and utilize this? See what I mean? In other words, it seems like to me we're missing a whole constituent. We're asking people to park at these other satellite locations. If you get up here and it doesn't look like you can get up to the Cog Railway in your professional assessment, then to me I wonder about all these other recommendations of $8 million to do elevated structures and all that other kind of stuff. It seems like what I'm saying is it's almost like what we just passed just all fell to pieces.
It's significant part.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed.
Kyle, you had a chance to finish your presentation.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I think that the only last pieces were, this is the time for discussion, and then highlighting that the next step is to continue to work with city staff in understanding what the phasing of all this looks like, what the likelihood for getting particular pieces done, what, working with you and with staff on what phasing of like just our projects look like rather than, all the rest of them together. And then polishing and finalizing the actual report to be presented at, I'm sure, at another time.
And so council, I think what we have now is an opportunity for, if you have additional questions for Kyle and his associates, we can do that. We also have representatives from the COG and from Mountain Metro. I think probably might be nice to give them an opportunity to comment. So if you can agree to that, I think now we extend our questions to Kyle and his crew. Do we have any? If not, I'm sorry, my apologies. Councilman Chandler?
First of all, phenomenal work. Thank you for giving us this template to work with. So when you originally presented solution 1, 2, and 3, my first thought was, well, solution 1, improving the existing conditions, is a no-brainer. It has to happen, period, right? And solution 3, which I absolutely love and would prefer, I think is a little farther in the future for us. So those were my thoughts. So I honed in on solution 2, which I was quite happy with, mainly because for me it incorporated that multi-use sidewalk plus some landscaping. That said, I did keep an open mind regarding the 1.5 alternative, and what I like about your presentation is that you've taken sections of the road and given us a look at it. I want to throw out a 1.75 because, of course, if we're going to do this, we're going to do this once. So, for example, from Ruxton Avenue to Osage, I do believe that there needs to be parking there. There's businesses there. I think the crosswalk is a great idea. I would love to see if this is something that the residents of Manitou want us to do, that we take a look and see if there's any way that we can broaden, go further toward the 2.0 plan in any of these sections. I am concerned about tree canopy, loss of trees. With whatever solution that we do go with, I would like to see an environmental impact statement and a tree count done. So that's kind of where I am with it. I was not, I kind of got struck by the slide that showed that that area that looked to me that it was parking, but I see what you're saying, that section right up by Ruxton Avenue, that where we're making room for emergency vehicles, okay, right? Yep. That was one of the first slides that I think that I looked at, and I thought, oh, what happened? What happened to 2.0? But I do see where I can work with these sections. But for me, I would love to see us incorporate more of the 2.0 in. So those are just my thoughts.
So in trying to dive into that a little bit, are you hoping for some more landscaping locations?
More landscaping locations, and also are there any, well, see, the thing about version 2.0 that I really liked was it looked like that was going to give us more of that multi-use. People could ride a bike up there, and then people could also walk. This 1.5 really kind of eliminates that, and that's what hurts me about this, is let's go back to Plan Manitou. What are we trying to do here? We're trying to get people out of their cars. And so that's what really trips me up with this right now. I think we're moving in a good direction. I don't think I'm there with it yet. And then that's just my issues with that. And then I would love to see a workup of the Plan 1, since that's still on the table, and before we move forward. Thank you.
Councilman Todd, did you have a question?
I think it's great, coming back to the start of the study, on the signal entrance to Ruxton off of Mantua Avenue, when it's in pedestrian mode, what happens in the roundabout? The cars just keep circulating till they run out?
As I said, it's definitely something that will need some real analysis on how, the nuts and bolts at the end of the day operate. But our expectation at this point would be that all legs of the roundabout would be red to vehicles, and the vehicles would flush out, and then the pedestrians would be allowed to move however they want for, say, 20 seconds or 30 seconds, whatever it needs to get the pedestrians all the way through. And then it would go back to operating as a typical roundabout for however long is decided, and then maybe it's phased on and off head vehicle, kind of a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of moving parts that could be associated with it, but we think that because of the sheer volumes, that this could be a really unique and good solution to the issue people are seeing.
Got it. So I think that covers one other comment on the roadway, which is it seems imperative that we do the improvements you mentioned, phasing, working with staff, just to put in the mix. It seems imperative that we do it from Pilot Knob up through basically the COG area first. In other words, the lower part today is a pedestrian. You can walk all the way up, no problem. When you get to Pilot Knob, it's really problematic as to how you get to the top of it. So,
yeah, is it the sidewalk dives off at Pilot Knob, and it is absolutely a different experience.
Yeah. So, and then back to the debate about the incline users and having a bus stop for them. It seems the other party that has a real vested interest in this is Colorado Springs. These are their visitors by and large using their park, and I would think they also would have a strong vote. They did in the master plan. I understand with the Ruxton study, not so much, but this might be the time to invite them to get involved.
Sure, I will note that there were representatives of Colorado Springs on the project advisory committee.
For Ruxton.
For Ruxton, yep, yeah. So we had invited a couple of parks, Kurt Schroeder and a few others, to be on that committee as well as Brian.
So you could expose them to this discussion that it seems like they have not driven a concern about where their incliners go.
We've coordinated with them on several pieces, in particular the mobility hub, trying to get that kind of fleshed out at a very high level. And then, just other conversations we've had, nothing that kind of exposed this as fatally flawed.
Councilman Shader?
Yes, I guess since I'm the progenitor of 1.5, I guess I would like to speak to that real quick. My point in using 1.5 was in the interim to preserve as many parking spaces as possible at Ruxton, okay? And to also make it so that if we underground the utilities and do all that work, okay, that with what we're trying to do, and I guess I wanted to spell it out in 1.5, that we're headed to 3. That's the goal, is to get there, where there's no parking, okay? And the idea was, so I guess I'd like that to be more fleshed out in there, because and maybe I just wasn't very clear in expressing it, that we're starting at 1.5, okay? And then what we're trying to do is move in the direction so that we shift the lane of traffic into the parking area that is preserved in 1.5, okay? And as we can, we begin the pedestrian amenities and sidewalk and trees and stuff like that on the right-hand side But what I didn't want is that to be done, that we have buried utilities, done all sorts of infrastructure work. It means that now we're having to dig all this stuff up, scoot this stuff back over into the roadway, that when we're ready to do that. So my goal is to get to Nancy's goal, which is the futuristic thing, okay? All right, and to preserve that, but that we could do it in a phased approach. The 1.5 had a goal of getting us to 3.0, which is that there wasn't any parking on there, and that it is this really great idyllic corridor with, you know, trees on the right-hand side and landscaping and a very wide sidewalk. So that was my point in my conversation about that.
We did hear that in the work session, and there's a little bit of in the plan, but we can definitely expound on that and kind of highlight that that's the desire, is to kind of ease into it.
I guess if we don't capture it, what I'm afraid of is that then when we do all this, if we do end up finding all the money and whatnot to do all this utility corridor stuff, that then down the road, 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, all that stuff that should be lasting 50 years is all in the wrong spot.
Right.
Okay?
Great point, yeah.
Duly noted.
Yes.
Are there more questions from council for Kyle?
Thank you, John. That helps me because I definitely, obviously, you know, I go to version 4 or 5. And I totally agree with Judith, and I'm particularly concerned about the 5-foot sidewalk. I mean, I was very pleased to see that some parts of the road, some sections will have sidewalks on both sides, but then that entails crossing the street, of course. But quite honestly, and I also was pleased to see that at least you depicted some areas of landscaping. So at least there'll be some, you know, a couple little trees in there, hopefully. But that 5-foot sidewalk is definitely a concern. But now that John has asked for you to kind of look at, can we truly phase in something else, or are we stuck with this for 50 years? Because that would not be ideal.
That was not my intent.
I'd love to, can I?
Yeah.
So, remembering that this is for the whole corridor, absolutely in final design, there will be spaces that are less constrained. That 5-foot is kind of showing like a 35-foot, here's where we get kind of squeezed down. And we think in final design, there's definitely some spaces that could, you know, if not long segments that could be 7 or 8 feet long or wide.
Yeah, and I mean, even in this, I was pleased to see so many things that I was afraid I wasn't going to see. Mm-hmm. So that, you know, that's good. One thing I was curious though, and that is, maybe I read it wrong, but it looked like in the version number, we should have named like 1, 2, and 3, and A and B,
yes,
because it confuses everything.
Retrospectively, I'm not great at naming things. It's coming out, so.
Anyway, in version 1 of this, I thought I read that we would lose 12 spaces, parking spaces. And oh, by the way, out of how many spaces? I can't remember if you ever told us that.
35, I think.
No. So it's the whole. So out of how many? I think it's like 76 or 78
78.
In the whole corridor. Yeah.
Okay, 78 on the whole corridor. And how many of those are absolutely for residents? Do we know?
We have estimates, but, you know, based on kind of what we've heard and what we've
69.
Oh, really?
What?
69.
So technically, number.
I'm taking everything out of the lower Ruxton from Osage back to Manitou Avenue, which is metered parking, and I'm going from Osage up the hill to include winter around the cog.
Okay, so your 69 is simply the 70
The 100
minus
block up.
the 9 from. Okay, so but your question, we don't have any specific estimate that, you know, that is 100% accurate for how many exact spaces residents need.
But
We
it
don't have
sounds
that.
like we'd in all likelihood be pretty darn close. If we took off all paid parking off of Ruxton, there'd still be enough for the residents and to do option, you know, to get to option number 2 or 3.
I think that depends on how many cars per household you anticipate.
I get that. But, you know, we have to work with some assumptions. So I'm just intrigued that, I'm glad that was somewhat calculated. You know?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to talk about that some more, because then that means we get to 3 faster.
Right. Because
if you know exactly how many residential spaces, yeah. correct.
we won't know, we'll never know exactly. I mean, it's always a guessing game. And so my last question is, it was in version, we would potentially lose 12 in number 1's proposal and only 10 in 1.5. So I was wondering how we ended up losing fewer spaces.
So, that may be just a slight oversight, but this is, so that, again, remembering it's approximate.
Okay.
Plus 1 or 2.
I'll buy that.
Yeah, this is on, remembering that the existing parking is not delineated. It's boxes that we're assuming 20 feet per space and things like that. There's a lot of assumptions on both what we're proposing and what is existing. So approximate is a good word.
Okay, thank you. Other than I do have one thing to say. On the mobility plan, you spelled Judith's last name wrong. So you might want to go back and correct that.
You want to bring donuts next time.
That's right.
That was not my project, so.
Wow.
Yes, there are a few, other issues that we need to
adopted his plan.
Yeah, I know. Oh, all right, that's a different job. But yeah, we do need to deal with one final, with any comments that you'd be, those, we would love to fix that.
Council, we're now about 55 minutes into something we hope to discuss in 45 minutes. So I'd like to, if we could wrap it up here with Kyle. And if council has no objections, we do have representatives from the COG and Mountain Metro. I think it would be useful to entertain the comments if we could give them more time. Any other questions for Kyle? Okay, great. So if council has no objections, Ryan, would you like to lead off? If you have anything?
Sure. Brian Vittori, City of Colorado Springs Mountain Metro Transit. Both part of the TMMP and the Ruxton functionality study. I don't have any comments other than I'm here if you want to ask questions, but a lot of great work has been done, and I set this up the January 28th work session, and it's great that the mobility plan was adopted and approved, and so we're looking forward to more work going forward with Ruxton Avenue.
Mr. Shea?
Yes, I know there's been some stomach aches about using the alternative 2. Okay, maybe we should call that B. All right, just we'll turn around all our numbers up in the upper Ruxton area. With Mountain Metro, if we could conceive of some kind of turntable that would sit in Ruxton, those are used all over Europe, all over South America. Would the bus have a problem sitting on a turntable to turn 180 degrees around?
Well, that's a very unique question. I mean, as long as the property owners and the city.
No. It would all happen in the street. It will all happen in the street.
Well, and I'll leave that up to the engineers, I guess.
Oh, I know. I'm just wondering. I'm just trying to kind of think out of the box here in terms of I'm sensitive to the COGS issues. Okay. But it seems like, I went out and did a simple Google on YouTube, and there's seemingly tons of these videos in Spain and all over the place of people just utilizing a bus turntable right in the middle of the street. The bus comes up, gets on it, and it turns the bus around, and you're not having to use all that space to go up and around.
I mean, it opens up pedestrians to have a board and get off the vehicle in the street.
No. It could be, the turntable could be a little further on up, and then you come out of the turntable and get yourself over in the right spot. Okay, I just didn't know whether moving the bus in the middle of the road, through some other conveyance gave you a stomachache or something. Thank you.
No, I get stomachaches over far worse things.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question, Brian, regarding Councilman Todd's question. It seems like there was a reason why we didn't drop incliners off on that side to begin with. Because
Well, I'm trying to remember from the meeting on the 28th. I mean, it is,
I'm talking about when we first started this, that there was a reason why we couldn't help them on that side of the road, or on that.
so is that what you call Incline Hill?
Yeah,
It goes up
yeah,
to
can we
the
call it that?
Center Park. Yeah, I personally don't think that we can get a vehicle out of the road enough to allow cars to pass. I think it's really tight. And you're right next to residential units there.
Okay, so.
I think if we had a choice, having one stop on the cottage property, if that's what they're willing to do, would be a more appropriate solution, because you're mixing incline users, bar trail hikers, COG customers for boarding and alighting at one stop, instead of, creating separation. Having two improved stops, where the existing stop is now, and a new COG stop, I think would be a waste of resources. I think having one main stop close to the destination that everybody's trying to get to would work really well.
Any additional questions? Great, thank you, Brian. We would, I think we'd be interested in hearing comments from the COG. Sure.
Good evening, Gary Pearson, Denver. I can answer a few questions if you'd like me to start, Mr. Mayor, that way.
Council, do we have questions?
I can answer some questions that have already been asked.
Go for it.
Okay. With the cooperation of Mrs. Howell, we've been working with Colorado Springs as of this morning. I got a near commitment for them to move the utility poles along Ruxton. They haven't yet agreed to bury them. They may not ever agree to that, but they are pretty firm. I'm pretty optimistic, although not final. And some documentation needs to occur. They do have a willingness to help us out, which is a cost savings to everybody. Councilor Wolf, you asked a question about the shelter and why it might cost so much. With all due respect to the experts in the field, we built a shelter. And we know what it costs when you make it architecturally consistent. It's the pavilion. I don't know how to get this picture up there, but it's the pavilion on the south side of the tracks, and it ran about $350,000 just for the pavilion. And it doesn't have walls, and it didn't have a floor. So it's a very, very expensive enterprise. Next, I'm not convinced that building A is necessary, because we are putting millions of dollars into the depot to reconfigure it, designed behind two purposes, and only two purposes, and that is the flow of people efficiently and being architecturally consistent with the history of Manitou Springs. Those are the only two agendas we have. So I'm not sure, and I've just met these good folks today who have been very helpful to me all afternoon. I'm not sure that building or bus stop is necessary, because we're kind of putting that in ourselves at our own cost. So that may be a potential cost savings. I am concerned about Councilman Todd's suggestion about where to let off the incline folks within our parking lot. I'm not personally concerned about it, but I'm concerned about it from an insurance perspective. But I don't know the answers to that. I'm concerned about safety, because the incline folks, based upon our history, will scatter like a covey of quail breaking, and they'll be everywhere in the parking lot. We have people coming off a rather long journey. They're anxious to get to different places. They've got the family fussing in the back seat of the car, and all those distractions, and I'm very concerned about people's safety there. It's something we try to watch very carefully. I'm not saying, and I want to be very clear about this, that we're unwilling to do that. I'm just saying there's some very serious concerns that need to be addressed with that. It's not an unwillingness. That has nothing to do with it. It's the flow of people. Everything we're trying to do in the depot area deals with two factors and two factors only.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Councilwoman Wolf, yeah.
So, people take the bus up the hill to go to the incline. They get off the bus and they don't walk to the incline. They scatter helter-skelter all around the parking lot. What are they doing? Why are they scattering? I don't understand.
Well, it depends where you let them off. If you let them off on this circle here on the left side of that screen, I don't know how they're going to get to the incline. And I mean that in the literal sense. I don't know. I know some of them will go to the incline shop to use the restroom or to purchase something they forgot or to get a drink or whatever. So they're heading almost at a 70-degree angle to the right. Some will go straight off, I think, probably to the bottom. I don't know where the others will go. Some will go over to the restrooms at the COG. It's just a scatter shot, and it's not anything that we can't address. I just don't think it's anything we've yet really thought about. And that's the issue. It's not a yes or no situation. It's not a willingness or unwillingness situation. We need to think about it, especially the unintended consequences, a lot more. We will, if we're allowing non-COG riders of the bus to get off on the COG property, we will have an insurance issue. Just guaranteed on that. I don't know if it will be a significant issue or if it won't be a significant issue, but there will be an issue. I'm sure that will be the case also for the people driving the buses. So it's more than just the logistics of it, it's the consequences of it. But we are 100% willing to take a look at that alternative or any others. Love the idea of a turntable. Very creative, seen them work, been on it. The other thing I would say is, or just volunteer, I guess, is, again, we're willing to look and work with the city on just about anything up here. But I do have a little bit of heartburn, as everybody does, with where the incline fits within all of this. We're investing upwards of $100 million in this city, and you're investing with us, right alongside us. I don't know what the bus configuration looks like in terms of, are the COG riders able to get on the bus in favor of inclined people or vice versa? Does it become overwhelmed with inclined folks? Because at certain times during the day, there's a lot of people on the incline. And so how does a priority system work there, if there's a priority system? But, you know, strictly from our standpoint and your standpoint, we don't want anybody taking paying customers seats on a bus to go up the incline and not spend any money in town and create no tax revenue. So I think that's just a generic, general concern that we should all have, and it's a balancing act with Colorado Springs because they've been a good partner too. So it's just one of those things that occurred to me as I was listening to council speak tonight.
Pearson?
Yes,
If I
sir.
may, just following along with this theme, I think you highlighted pretty well about how the COG rider and its bus and how it will interact with the depot is one set of customers versus the incline users who are very different, kind of collecting differently with a different purpose in mind. What would perhaps be possible is having a COG bus and an incline bus. You know, this happens in cities all the time where you'll have a bus route and the buses will be highly differentiated. You'll be coming the same path, but be highly differentiated as to what happens at the end point. So you get on the A bus, you get on the B bus, you're going the same route, but you're just going in tandem.
Sure.
So that could be a way to get the logistics a lot cleaner.
Yeah, the logistics would be cleaner and the cost would be more for the extra buses. But no, that's exactly how you do it in any big city. Not every bus goes to every place.
You got the schedules, you could have the schedules then metered to trains versus.
I think the schedules themselves,
Okay,
what we call in the business, the geometry of it could be worked out and fairly easily. To me, the first thing, Councilman Todd, that occurs to me is you're probably doubling up on your bus cost, or certainly another 50% anyway. And so that's something that would need to be considered. But as far as the COG is concerned, we're willing to look at all these alternatives. We're willing to work on the loss of parking spaces, that is a real cost and a real value to us. It's not a convenient thing for us, but we developed a real strong sense of collaboration 2 years ago. I'm really intent on keeping it alive. And so we're willing to look at all this, we're willing to work on all of it. It's just, as you well know, it's not going to be simple anywhere in town.
Councilwoman Wolf?
Do you have enough customers to keep the parking lot full?
On what day or what month? Probably
During
month.
your season when you're running trains?
Well, we'll be running trains about 10 months a year, so if I may, in the springtime, which would be Memorial Day, do we have enough parking? The answer.
No. I want to know if you have enough customers to fill your lot. Or to put it another way, would it cause you any financial heartburn if that lot were only for your customers?
We fully intend for that lot to be just for our customers when there's the demand for the lot. So, if I may, on your question, our high season is Memorial Day to mid-August. That's when we are the busiest and everything is a shoulder off of that. We don't have any intention of allowing any incline visitors to park in our parking lot because those are needed for our car riders. And we have enough parking issues in this city. We don't need to exacerbate that by commingling the two. And something's got to give, because if we allow incline users in our parking lot during that time, then the COG people are going to be here. They're going to park someplace else.
Yeah, or if the incline users think there's a possibility that you're having a slow day and that you might have a spot in your lot, then they're going to drive up Ruxton to go find out.
Well, I'm hoping Mr. Cheney and Mr. Johnston of our staff are fixing that issue right now through the beauty of electronics.
Yeah, the signage thing.
The signage, wayfinding, to where somewhere down at the bottom of the hill, I don't know where yet, I'm not sure that they know where yet, but there's going to be signage that says, don't come up here, or something more eloquent than that. Maybe not welcome. But we are not interested in commingling when there's not enough capacity. We are 100% interested in making sure commingling does not occur. Does that answer your question?
Mostly.
Okay.
Council, any additional questions?
Yes.
Mr. Pearson?
So, I think you addressed the point of your high season from Memorial Day to August 15th. You anticipate commingling of park customers in that parking lot in the other portion of the year?
In the shoulder season, frankly, Councilman, we haven't thought too hard about that. We're flexible on it. And it cuts both ways. We would want to visit with the traffic experts on this. It may actually help traffic by allowing incline parkers in our parking lot. I don't know that. I don't have the expertise to answer that question. What I can tell you is, if it helps solve traffic congestion, we're willing to do it. And as long as it does not displace our riders, paying customers. If it makes the traffic problems worse, then I think we'd take a different position. And of course, Colorado Springs should have a voice in all of this too, because there's a three-party agreement, a legal agreement between all of us that has certain provisions in it that I suspect we either need to comply with or amend.
So the second question I have is, during this peak season, is the anticipated configuration of the parking lot adequate for all your customers?
On a very peak day, presuming maximum capacity, 100% capacity, which rarely ever happens because people don't come in even numbers, we would have an overflow of 148 parking spots total on the moment of the most riders on the car. Now,
I'm sorry, what does that mean? 100 overflow, that means
148 cars.
Short 100?
148 cars.
You're short 100.
Short 148 parking spots.
Okay.
And that is a number that the city's been working with for
Okay.
a couple of years now.
Okay, so I believe 100, you said 148?
148.
So in round numbers, that's 150. And I don't remember whether it's in this study or the old Ruxton Corridor study. I believe the number that the consultant gave us, that was you guys' number, is that you were anticipating 4 people per car.
No.
What's that number now?
I believe, I don't have it in front of me, but I think it's like 3.15.
3.15.
And maybe 3.2. I looked at it earlier today.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is, there's 150 cars, so what I'm trying to get back to was this whole pain I have. If we've got 150 car deficit up there during peak period, okay, that means we have all sorts of people circulating around looking for these spaces, okay? It's important that they know that they don't come up looking for them, okay? Then, where are they going to park? Okay, there's 50-some places over here at the Iron Springs Chateau, I believe, approximately, okay? That's quite likely, those are gonna be snapped up really quickly, early in the morning by incline people, because that's private parking, and they'll take whoever the first customer is, okay? So those are likely off the sheet, okay? So during peak period, you're saying our community has a deficit of 150 parking places for your need that will not fit in the parking lot.
I would, I'm almost saying that.
Okay,
Yeah,
almost saying that?
And I'll tell you why. The number I gave you of 148 was absolute mathematical capacity. That rarely happens. So typically, we would use 85% of that number as the real number. But I want to give you both numbers, and you can choose to use whichever one you want. There's something that complicates this, of course, just like everything else.
So that's 120 space,
120 spaces is, COG customers are not binary. They don't just come to COG and drive into town and leave town. So there are some that will park downtown and they'll find a way up, including walk. So it's not as easy as just saying.
So I guess what I'm asking is that given this option 1 that's in this study, okay, that's on the right-hand side there, that's a non-colored little box.
The bottom right-hand side?
Exactly, that has the current transit stop, okay? The current state of affairs, all right? How many of those 3 times 5, that's 450 people. How many of those 450 people are you anticipating would get off at that Transit 1 stop and walk up the COG Railway, given the infrastructure we have through the Iron Springs Chateau, up over that bridge, up onto your property? That would be 450 people.
Is the soft or blue car looking thing down the hill?
Lower right.
Yeah.
It's the lower right one that shows kind of the pinkish red,
Right,
kind of blue.
but the
So where
stop
the
is
transit stop is now, where the bus stop is now, square.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been told by the experts as of about 4 o'clock today that it would be precious few of them that would actually walk up that incline.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out here, do we, given the it seems like to me, you know, the elephant in the room and all the issues we have on this Ruxton Corridor thing is, we've got all sorts of ideas, okay? We have stomach aches about, I think the consultant said that you were losing 25, 35 parking spaces in the design of this bus turnaround.
25.
So that, you throw that into this pile, and that means you add 35 more spaces, okay, if you do this, okay? So what I'm trying to figure out is, are we, I get that this Ruxton Corridor thing is sort of kind of this plan of stuff, but what I'm kind of feeling like is we haven't quite all gelled it all together. You know what I mean? In other words, it seems like to me we ought to utilize some kind of process, not to have just some ideas in the plan that half the room has got stomach aches with, the other half the room, you know, is trying to ponder how 450 people a day are gonna go from transit stop 1 up there, where we're parking these 150 people, 150 cars in town, okay? Just functionally, okay? It just seems like, to me, it feels like this corridor study, somehow or another, I don't know what to do with it, but it just doesn't seem like it's all there. Just seems like we don't have everybody all on the same ticket.
It's piecemeal.
Well, exactly. It seems like we got a hodgepodge of this, and this it isn't a criticism, don't get me wrong, in terms of you can only harm folks, okay? I think you've done a fantastic job. I'm just saying it seems like all the stakeholders aren't all lined up around some option that's reasonably kind of gelled, that only we just need a little bit of tweaking, a little bit of squeezing to do stuff. It seems like we've either got 400 people down the hill that you're saying, in your professional opinion, are not going to walk up there. We've got 150 cars we don't know where we're parking in town or how we're providing signage to. I don't even know if we knew that number in terms of that's how many people we need to be figuring out from the Chamber of Commerce and Hiawatha Gardens and
And it's
everything
gonna be
else.
185, not 150, if we're losing 35
Right, I
spots.
know. So I'm wishing we have, I'm just trying to throw out, can we figure out some kind of a process to get this all gelled, because it seems like 2021 is just around the corner, and we're not all on the same sheet of paper.
If I could, I'm sorry. First of all, I think that we're believing, and we have to make assumptions, that a good number of them will go up on the bus and instead of in cars, which means they'll have to park elsewhere, or, you know, there are other options as well. But I would also say that in 2016, 2017, I don't think it will be worse than what we had in 2016, which I believe was the peak year for the product. So I think we need to maybe step somewhat blindly. We can't know 100%. We cannot know 100% until we start testing some of these things.
Well, I know, but we don't have any testing scenarios for any of this.
Well, Hiawatha Gardens is gonna, when they come, not Hiawatha Gardens, the TMMP group now is coming back with some tests.
I understand that fix. My concerns is that from a business enterprise, it seems like to me, these guys need to know, okay, what they're planning for. Are we putting a turntable like I've suggested in the middle of the street? Or are we eliminating 35 parking places? Are we doing 2 bus stops? Are we doing bus A, bus B? It seems like to me we've got all these great ideas. I'm just trying to figure out how in the world, I'm not ready to kind of pass this Ruxton corridor plan, okay, given with this many unknowns.
And we're not gonna pass it.
Well, I know, or adopt it.
We're basically just primarily information.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't think any reasonable person would make the
Okay, good,
expectation
good,
we're
good,
gonna
good.
solve the problems tonight. I think we're trying to coalesce.
I'm just trying to figure out what the process is to solve all these nasty problems.
And it's gonna take way more than tonight, but I think the question is, are we coalescing towards some shared ideas here? Are we gonna be
If
able
I
to-
may, Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
very briefly, I just want to emphasize the point that, and I've had the same concern, Councilman Shada. There doesn't need to be a discrete 120 car parking lot to accommodate us. And that's what I mean by COG visitors are not binary. They don't just drive into town, do the COG and leave. They'll be all over town all day, which is, I think, for the most part, a good thing for everybody. So they may be on the east end of town and find an alternative way to get up. They may take the bus. They may do a whole bunch of different things. But to think of it just as a discrete lot for 120 cars, that's not really how it's ever worked. And we're hoping that with our electronic ticketing, like you see in airports now, with the wayfinding signage, with the potential for a shuttle, with all the focus and money we're spending on flow efficiency, that those issues will be mitigated. They will not disappear, but they will be mitigated. And we're trying to do everything we can do just with our own operations, but also in conjunction with the city to alleviate that 120 issue wherever it may be. And frankly, more than 120 issue, because we can't control what the incline visitors do. And we can't control what just a visitor to Manitou does. So there's only so much we can do.
Council, anything else for
I
Mr.
have a
Pierce?
question.
Okay, one more question.
If we're supposed to figure out how to get, I mean, not only just to pick up from John Shada's point, we have to figure out where to find about 185 more parking spots for your customers that aren't up on Roxton. And we, as you know from the mobility study that you've been studying all day, you know that the suggestion is don't have cars going up and down Roxton. I guess my problem is, if we're going to be relying on a private shuttle that the COG decides to provide for its customers, or we're going with the transit system, it would be important for us as planners to know how many people a day, how many bus seats on the bus do we need between 10 and 12 on a given Saturday. I mean, are you going to be bummed out if your customers don't show up because they can't get there, because there aren't enough spots on the bus and they miss their reservation? I mean, it seems like at some point it would be imperative to have at least some estimates of how many people per day, at least during peak season, and during what periods of time will you need? You know, do you need 100 people there at 10 and another 100 people to show up at noon? Or what do you need so we know how to get those people there? And I could be mistaken, but from what I've been watching unfold here is that we're not allowed, the COG doesn't want to tell us how many people they're going to have at 10 o'clock expect on their train, or at 12, or how many, because that's proprietary information. And maybe I'm mistaken about it, but the look on your face. What's that face?
You're not. It's the only one I have.
Oh, yeah, I know, but it's got this like, what the heck look to it.
No,
Am I
I'm
not
concerned.
making sense?
No, you're making perfect sense.
Okay.
And I'm glad you asked this question, because I heard that it was asked at the January 28th meeting, and our young assistant general manager, who's been wonderful in every respect, really fumbled the answer. This is not a secret. The city of Manitou Springs has had our ridership numbers for years, by month, because we pay taxes on it. Those aren't going to materially change except over a long period of time. When we did the tax incentive agreement 2 years ago, Malcolm Fleming, your interim city manager, your Mayor Ken Giray, a handful of the rest of us spent a lot of time trying as best we could to predict the future, which is as hard as it sounds. But as it relates to ridership, we did have some baselines. And so that's why in the tax incentive agreement, the structure of it, where the tax regime shifts at 375,000 riders to full taxability to the city, was developed. That was a trade-off, because we couldn't see any scenario, any one of us, where we could ever, over the entire decades-long span of the agreement, have more than 400,000 riders. The city wanted a front-end tax benefit and a back-end tax benefit. It was a matter of negotiation. That's why we ended up at 375,000. But I want to emphasize we anticipate years in the future.
But that's an annual number, and we need to know daily numbers, or at least some idea of how many people are you expecting the bus to bring up to the top of the hill, or what are you numbering? Do you want me to stop talking?
Well, there's a great many questions here we're not going to be able to solve tonight.
Okay, I'll stop talking. It's mumbling while I'm trying to talk to you, and it's disruptive. I'll have to wait for another day.
You have our ridership numbers by month historically. Okay? The calculus on the train is very straight math, in the sense that we only have one track that goes up and one track goes down, so we can't fill a train more than it has seats. So there's only so many people we can take down, up and down on any given day, and that math is pretty straightforward, but then you have to discount it for the odd seat here and there. So those numbers have been available and used by the city of Manitou for over 2.5 years now.
Okay, so we know what time your cars are leaving and the maximum capacity per car, so we should be able to figure that out ourselves. We won't know when you're expecting the maximum ridership, I guess nobody does, other than you, but we can at least know how many people per day we as a city are gonna try and get up that hill. Is that right? Or we as a collective, whatever.
We can get a reasonable estimate, and you have, and it's been in the can somewhere for a couple of years on what it is per day. But your original question was how many people would be on the bus. We can help you with the train. I don't even know how the big buses are. So we can't help you with that. I can't tell you, with all due respect, how many people will want to ride the bus versus walk versus ride a bicycle or be dropped from the sky.
You're not gonna ride a bike up that hill.
I wouldn't think so. But,
E-bike's easy to ride.
yeah. We have had a surprising number of people ask if they could ride their bike up and put them on the back of the train in a basket and ride them up and then glide down, I guess. That would be fun, but we don't have the insurance for it. But it is not, this is the takeaway. It is not proprietary. It is not secret. We're happy to talk to you about what our best guesses are on any given day. We can't tell you when it's going to rain on July 4th and thus traffic is down or not, but we can give a pretty good estimate. And it's pretty straightforward math with the number of seats minus a discount factor for no-shows and children and so forth. So you can get a pretty good idea. It will not be materially different than it's been for the last 25 years.
Denise had a comment.
I just wanted to say, Councilmember Sheeta, yeah, we are now starting to pull all this together. It's one of the things that, now that the TMMP has been approved, we're looking at all the projects, looking at all the places. We have that 150 number. How do we get that during the summer? So that is one of the things that the Hiawatha Garden has now kind of moved to the mobility group that is working on all those different projects and how are they going to come together at the same time. So we're starting to work towards that now.
And I might just add this very quickly. It's 185 spots or 120 or 150, whatever. Those are not new spots. Those have been spots that have been used. It gets, so there's not anything new that has to be developed. The question is, what can we use that the city has or that we can assist with that will make it more efficient than it already is? So it's not like you put this on top of what problems you already have. It's how much can we take away? Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Thank you.
May I wrap up at least the consultant
Actually,
presentation?
Mr. Shady, do you have one more question?
Yeah, I had one more quick little question, because what you just said is, as an innkeeper, I'm somewhat unfamiliar, given that I have guests, that guests were somehow, so I guess what I'm trying to ask is, so are there these 150 parking spots that were, or whatever that number is, that were missing, that were short during peak season, okay? Do specific customers know that? In other words, are certain customers ticketed and told they're supposed to come up and park there? Or is this just sort of kind of a crapshoot that it's first come, first serve who comes up and gets the first 100, gets the parking spaces, and the other 150 now just circulate all over the place, trying to figure out how the heck they're supposed to get there?
Well,
how does that work?
There's two answers to that, historically and what we're trying to do in the future.
Okay, what are you trying to do in the future?
Yeah,
That's what I want to
historically
know.
is the short answer. It was a crapshoot. What we're trying to use, or trying to do right now, is find every reasonable way to use technology to communicate with people, to make reserve parking in our parking lot, to use the wayfinding that Mr. Cheney and Johnston are working on, to communicate in advance of anybody arriving in Manitou to know what the situation is.
So if I'm your customer, can I make a reservation for a parking spot and to sit on the cog? Both? Can I reserve that?
That is the intent.
The intent is to have the
Yes.
parking by reservation
Yes.
only so that you can anticipate.
What we want to do, and we're right in the throes right now, in real time on what technology is out there, but there's a lot of it, and what is affordable and what's not, just like your
I'm just
question.
talking about the reservation.
Well, what we're trying to do is very simple. We're trying to not sell paper tickets. With people just wandering up there saying, I've made up my mind in the last 5 minutes. We're trying to sell all our tickets over time digitally. We're trying to communicate parking availability and reserved parking so we can help facilitate with this. We're trying through the partnership with the city to communicate with those that don't have reserved parking, which direction they should go. We're trying to encourage people to come and enjoy their time at the COG and then depart when their time is over. Because we do have trains coming and going all day long during high season. So when I said it's about flow, and architectural accuracy, I really meant it. Our mantra is two things: finding the best way to get people to flow electronically with advance notice in specific directions, recognizing that some people will just not follow that and some people can't follow that, and then making sure that the depot itself, the facility, is something we're all proud of. I'm not worried about the second one at all. I lie awake many nights thinking of different ways we can work on flow, but that's what we're at. It's very much like what the airlines have asked all of us to do, is just be more efficient.
Well, at the airlines, I can't reserve a parking spot, but I think it would be brilliant, and I'm really happy that you're thinking about reservations for the parking spots.
Well, I have recently, as a new citizen of Colorado, I've learned that you can reserve spots at DIS.
Really?
Yeah. And I would highly recommend it because the $4 fee is well worth it.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. And Mr. Troy, if you'll wrap it up.
I don't know if I could top that ending. Nice to know about DIA. I just want to remind you all where we are at 30%, right? This is not a survey at 30%. This is a concept plan for us. Before we came into this study, we had no idea of the physical outcome of that corridor. Now we have 1.5, aiming to get to 3. So you have a physical vision for the corridor. And that plan, you have scoped for us to outline the budget and the vision. We have done that for the corridor. You have 2 options for the transit hub, right? That can be both viable options. One serves a major need, both serve a major need at the incline. One is better serving the hub. This study does not have enough of its resources in survey, due diligence, and negotiation to get to the answers that Councilman Shader wants. Final design does. You have a scoped project in your budget following this year that can answer those questions in a timely, synchronized manner. Our job was to get you to 30%. That is an order of magnitude budget and impacts and vision. We think we've done that. There are a lot of very important questions that it does not and is incapable of answering. Circulating through the lot, working out easement agreements, figuring out that is only what final design can do. And so approval of this concept, and you're not approving anything, just accepting this concept allows staff to move forward into a final design. So the questions tonight is, are you satisfied with 1.5 going to 3? Are you satisfied with, we wanted to know if you prefer option 2. We have to have option 1 as a fail-safe. But the instructions from your preference would be to staff, go into final design, negotiate, and get option 2 done, and implement 1.5 for the roadway. So that's what I hear, and we're going to be documenting a report with the questions you had. We're going to make some improvements and submit what we think is a 30% plan that gives you an order of magnitude budget and responsible parties. But with that, we conclude our presentation, and thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. And we're not really required to take any formal action on this. It's basically been an exchange of information tonight, so we're done with this. Thank you all. Oh, wait. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem is the floor.
I personally think that 1.5 going to 3 is what we discussed tonight, and we preferred 2 but keep one on the table. So I think what you outlined is certainly what I'm very comfortable with at this point. So I don't know where the rest of the council is, but that's where I am.
I guess I just thought we were doing an update at this point, not making any decisions, so.
It's not a decision, it's guidance.
I personally need more information. I feel like, part of it is because I don't have a traffic engineering background. But part of it is, I have too many, I don't see how I can be really comfortable with a proposal that I don't have as much information
I think
as
because
I'd
it's
like.
an iterative process, so you can't know everything at 30% design. And that is what we contracted for, was a 30% design, along with Colorado Springs on this particular the Rexton project. So I think for 30% design, we've gotten quite a lot of information and a design that is based on our discussion at the work session and tonight, people seem to be pretty comfortable with. So the next step is if we direct or advise staff to continue working on this, then the next step would be to get to the 60% or whatever the next level of design is. And that would answer more specific questions. It's an iterative, you narrow it down, you reduce your options as you get more information.
Well, like for example, and maybe this isn't what you're referring to, maybe I'm being too detail oriented, but what I just heard is from the COG is, we're probably going to spend our own money to fix up our own place to accept, the inflow and outflow of all our customers, and we may not need to move the $750,000 mobility hub. We may not use it at all. We may just have that be part of our new reconfigured space. So based on that, do I feel good about these people going forward with researching this mobility hub? And no. So that's where I feel like things aren't fitting together and there's not enough information.
Mr. Mayor, just for a point of clarification, I wasn't talking about the mobility hub, I was talking about the shelter itself.
Shelter itself,
Yeah, just the shelter, just the roof line, that's all I was talking about.
If you would like, perhaps we could have a session on Saturday to go over things in detail, because I realize there's a whole lot of information here, and there's even more questions, so perhaps that's.
I guess in the context of what Nancy's saying, this is sort of kind of the 20% solution, I guess I kind of feel like, the 30, I'm calling it the 20%, okay? In terms of consensus, in terms of the community, okay? I realize contractually we asked for 30, okay? But, so, given that context, I guess I'm kind of happy as long as what is put in there is talking about 1.5 going to 3.0 and clarifying that component there.
Yes, and I think that they concurred that they will do that.
Kyle, you guys.
So, thank you again. Hold it. My preference would have been to move from 2 to 3. I'm not understanding why we couldn't do that. However, if both financially and from a group standpoint that we as a group are willing to go from 1.5 with a vision of 3, and I think you said you might be able to find some spaces in there where we might carve out a little bit more. I'm going to call it 1.75 tonight. I am willing to take a look at that only in the context of that's our goal, is moving from almost 2 to 3 in a reasonable time frame. So thank you.
Just a quick question. When is the date of getting to the 60% design completion, and what are the key milestones to get there?
So it would be that would be something that is wrapped into an additional RFP for the final design. That would have a phasing program of the consultant for the final design would take this and move to a 60% design and then a 90% and then a final bid package to be sent out to contractors to build with whatever pieces are agreed upon.
Has anybody outlined that schedule, because we're talking about up and live?
Dole, our city engineer, will be managing that. So we were kind of waiting for this to wrap up and then he'll start going with the RFP. We do have the funding. It's PPACG funding, so we have the funding to get started.
No schedule.
I can get it from Dole once now that we're wrapped up here.
I think the schedule is contingent on those couple of other phasings of what CSU component, what pieces are we doing first, and so I think that it's a very complex question of what's the schedule that Dole is trying to stay on top of.
Okay, I believe we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
This is here. You've already seen part of it. You've already seen part of it. It's in the package. This moves on. Here. Yes, sir.
Okay. Item H5, our last consideration of Walton Avenue RPP. Okay, Kevin Stevens, with the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm here tonight at the recommendation of the Transportation and Parking Board for the approval of the Walton Avenue RPP. Some background on this process began September 2018. Ironically, today we are on our 17th month. There were several issues that arose during the process that neighborhood wanted us as a city to look at and resolve. Part of that was the Banana Manor parking with Manitou Avenue RPP, which has been resolved as of December last year, I believe. In the packets, there are permit allocations, and Roy, you have the new ones I did that have some definitions. Okay, which kind of gives a breakdown of what everything is, as well as a final vote tally on the final page. There were several votes that were done throughout.
When did we vote?
There was one done in September of 2018, again
There was supposed to be another one after.
in February of 2019.
That's the only one I did. Sir, if you could come up to the podium and address your questions. Well, actually, Kevin, finish presenting, okay?
Okay. There's been several neighborhood meetings with staff, the neighborhood, to the point where we brought in a facilitator. Several of the meetings got heated with the issue regarding Banana Manor and the parking, with how many permits per resident and so forth. It is the recommendation of city staff, SP Plus, the Transportation and Parking Board, and the majority of the residents of Waltham for City Council to consider and approve their RP.
Council, any questions for Kevin? Julie?
How was the Banana Manor Manitou Ave issue resolved in December? I mean, what's the resolution?
All but 3 of the residential units for Banana Manor have been moved down into an expanded Manitou Avenue RPP to help alleviate some of the tight parking right around the 90-degree curve where Waltham transfers from Capitol Hill into Waltham and then heads back towards the west. So majority of those residents have moved down to Manitou Avenue.
So how many, was that just at night?
It's all the time.
It's a regular RPP all day?
Yes.
And how many spots did they get for Banana Manor?
There are 9, and we're looking at restriping to potentially 11.
And so it looks like Are these two apartments on Manitou Ave that are part of the Waltham RPP? Am I understanding your chart correctly, 1015 and 1019?
Those belong to 107 Waltham. They are on the property parcel for 107 Waltham. And the neighborhood agreed that those two Manitou Avenue addresses, because they are parceled on a Waltham parcel, would remain part of the Waltham RPP.
Oh, okay, so none of this list, so in other words, the Waltham RPP that's being proposed does not include any Banana Manor residents. Rather, the Banana residents have their 24/7 spots, maybe not enough, but on Manitou Ave. Is that the deal? Do I get that
The
right?
agreement with the owners of Banana Manor and the majority of the Waltham neighborhood was all but 3 Banana Manor units would move down to Manitou Avenue. The 3 remaining are 107 Waltham, 1015 Manitou Avenue, and 1019 Manitou Avenue.
Oh, and all 3 are included in the Waltham.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
I have a question, and maybe it's just because it's late in the day. So it says in green, spaces needed per code are 98. Could you explain the 10% reserve to me, what that means?
On the second page, right behind that, that's for any changes in availability, replacement permits. If you have a guest shows up, drives off with your permit, we have a reserve for replacements, or if we end up with some more availability, we can issue more guest permits.
Thank you.
Question, okay, so on the same table here, you got your calculated permits, I gather that's the number of permits the Waltham residents need?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then total remaining space we have -37.
Yes.
This is a deficit?
It is. Most of the RPPs that are already established do have a deficit.
Yeah, it seems like, you know, Manitou Avenue, we have maybe twice as many people or permits as we have spaces, which
right.
Seems to be a difficult situation. Okay, how'd you get to -37? I was looking at this earlier and I didn't quite understand the math.
So the -37 is the amount of total spaces both on street and off street, plus
It's an approximation, isn't it?
it was, but 5 minutes ago I could have told you how we figured that out.
Yeah. Looks like we have 97 spaces and only 87 permits.
The deficit includes the guest permits, assuming that every resident has the maximum guests available. There it was.
What is that, 2 cars? What's the maximum guess?
Currently, the Waltham RPP is 1 guest pass and up to 2 resident permits, just because of the restrictive size and availability of the street.
And spaces needed per code, what was that calculation?
It depends on the size of the unit, and there's a whole section of code for that.
It doesn't depend on the bedrooms?
That's what it depends
Oh,
on.
it is, so it's
Yes.
the same from the planning code?
Yes.
The planning department?
Yes.
Okay.
Council, other questions for Kevin?
I have.
Well, just a minute, please. Mr. Cheney, did you want to add in here anything?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, that's fine.
I have a general comment that
Okay.
probably should precede any other comments, and that's that both the city administrator and the mayor, Tim, asked me today about what the plan is overall with the RPPs in terms of going back and taking a look at them. And we discussed this at another meeting, but it wasn't recorded in the minutes. Roy is working with Kevin, SP Plus, and the Transportation and Parking Board and also any of the city's RPP managers to come up with a task force to look at how this is working, which was always our goal after implementing these. And that is something that is on Roy's list of things to do, many, but it will take some time, because in order to get that data, we are going to have to study the RPPs and go into them, and we're going to have to see what's happening at certain hours of the day and night, et cetera, to see where we can do some different things to solve some of these problems that you've heard for the last hour and a half. I don't know how long it's been, it's been longer than that, but anyway. So there is a plan to do that, and it has taken some time to get off the table, but we are going to do it, and we will be reporting that back through the Transportation Parking Board and to Council. And I just wanted to say that ahead of any other discussion or talks, is that, you know, we do have a plan, we do have the people identified to begin that plan, and we'll continue to flesh that out and get a better understanding, and maybe even through a work session, determine what the questions are that we need to ask before we go out and do that. And I don't personally see that as something that we will be a paid study, but I just assume that there's going to be some boots on the ground with volunteers of the Transportation and Parking Board and others to kind of help us get to a better overview of that. And that's what I wanted to say before we move any further with this. Thank you.
Yeah. Actually, Council, I guess I should ask if we want to entertain a motion so we can technically discuss this.
I move approval.
Second. So we have a motion to second to approve the Waltham Avenue RPP. Further discussion?
Sure.
Mayor Patel?
I knew this was coming. Like you said, it's 17 months. It's been back and forth and back and forth. We were told that part of it was because of the Manitou, and I thought that that might relieve some of the pressure on Waltham. I am very concerned about approving any more RPPs. Every time we approve one, it paints us further into a corner where we have reduced flexibility. How many years has the RPP program been in effect now? 7 years.
Started with Ruston, which was a different process, just FYI.
Okay, and so, you know, 7 years and we've never had a comprehensive review of the program. I'm thankful that you guys are taking it on now. The last one we approved, which was painful, we said we would put into place for, it would end, it would sunset in 2021 at some point. At a minimum, I would like to see this one sunset as well, based on when you know, and that would also mean that we need a comprehensive evaluation of it before we would determine if we're going, that's what I would like, before we determine if we're going to renew any of these RPPs. But unfortunately, the other ones don't fall under such a constraint. RPPs, like I said, we're every single one we pin ourselves into a corner. So absolutely, we've discussed it before, I would absolutely like to see a moratorium on future. It takes up staff time to approve these or to do the analysis on them, and I think we're just hurting ourselves when we keep approving them. And I could go on, and there are clear winners and losers in RPPs. And I think the city ends up in part being one of the losers on it. We never calculated the value of the street to the city that the residents or the businesses are now getting the full value of. So regretfully, I will say that I would be willing to approve this one if it's the last one we approve until a thorough evaluation is done and we put sunset on it, or at the same as the one we did on Manitou Avenue.
I can address some of those questions.
Thanks.
The recommendation that I talked to Bill Carter today, and Bob also talked to Bill Carter independently. And I was at the Transportation and Parking Board meeting that this was decided and approved upon. There's two things I'm going to say about it. One is that was the Transportation and Parking Board's recommendation, that this go forward, this be reviewed with the Waltham neighborhood. So that would start with the manager of the RPP, that's the person who pulled the petition, and roll out from there. SB Plus would be involved, and the Transportation and Parking Board, and they will come back to the Transportation and Parking Board in a year and see where they're at. And that could mean any number of things. It could mean we're okay, we're good, it all works out, hunky-dory, we don't see a way to change anything, we're okay. It could mean some modifications, and it could mean that they decide after a year to not do it. If you read the RPP guidelines, every RPP can do this after a year. It isn't like they can't, the same people who pulled a petition for it, or a different person can pull it against it at any time and do it. I would caution anybody who doesn't live in an RPP, again, to come stay with me for the week of July 4th in my house. And you're welcome to park your car in my driveway and try to get to a job or a meeting. So I think it's hard, but it's a little bit like, I think in terms of us putting a moratorium on this, that really chaps me. And here's why. Because we have these advisory boards and they're volunteers across the board for so many topics. And we ask them to give us time and energy and to help us make these tough decisions. And I think we have to honor the job that they're doing. And we're about to have another advisory board, and we're going to have to honor that one too, and really have some confidence that if they're making recommendations, they've done the hard work to give us these recommendations. I think this is a little bit like, and it may be a terrible example, but I mean, if I feel as a council person that there's too many downtown people using the slides in Memorial Park, and I don't think it's fair, and I want more people from Crystal Hills and out of town to use it, I don't make that decision as a counselor. I would hope that PARA would help me make those recommendations and say, hey, okay, well, that's a silly idea about slides, and here's why. But I think this idea that we as a council need to put a moratorium on this really kind of, we agreed last council, before we got into this new council, that we would put the issue of moratorium back to the Transportation and Parking Board and say, what do you think about moratoriums? Come back and give us your thoughts on that. But I really, along the way, I've been involved with this for a long time. I used to be on the Transportation and Parking Board. And one of the reasons that I did that was because I felt like council would come here on a Tuesday night at 9 p.m. and make this decision and start changing the stuff that had been recommended. And it bothered me, because ultimately, yes, one of the reasons I ran for council, because I was like, oh my God, we've got this advisory board and it gets overruled all the time. So I think there's some big things to think about here. You know, we decided to go with paid parking, and we decided that RPPs would be a tool to help the neighborhoods, because this RPP really in many ways mirrors the one that I live in. If you just look at the number of votes, for example, I mean, I think Grand Avenue was 100% people for. So it's like at the end of the day, there are many RPPs out there that 100% of the people in the neighborhood said, yay, I want that. My neighborhood had about this same breakdown, which is 65 to 25. Really, I think we were at 68% for. We also have a deficit of 50 spaces in my RPP. I think that this is the tool we have today and now to help. My neighborhood said we're never going RPP. We're going to work it out. We're going to be kumbaya, and everybody's going to find a space. And those people that work there, and those people that live on Manitou Ave, and the people who own property, we're just going to make it all work because we're different. Well, it didn't last too long because we just couldn't find. I mean, you know, neighbors are parking. You know, and maybe that's what we have to do. I have to park at the elementary school and hike back my groceries because that's, you know, everything didn't work out that way. I'd like to see us move forward. Every RPP has the option at any time to pull that petition and get enough votes to say we're done with this. And if after a review and we work at these other things that we're working on, including the things we talked about tonight, if there's a different way to do RPPs, if we can better utilize the space and get the same satisfaction result, I'm all for that. But I think we really need to let this advisory board make these recommendations and see what we can live with based on the work that they've done, and not get in the middle of that as much as I think it's not this council, it's not even the last council, it's been multiple councils that have done this. And that's, you know, I just want to respond to that in that way.
If I could just one comment, it's a nuance that I think is very important, and that is, I know that the ordinance allows for the RPPs to come back and decide if they want to continue or not continue. I don't think that that's sufficient, because I think that we as a council need to look for the good of the entire city. So that's why I think it's very important to have a sunset on it.
Well, and I'm not necessarily opposed to sunsets. I think every law we pass should have a sunset personally. I think it would hold everybody in this town more accountable if we did. So I'm not opposed to that.
But the other RPPs have sunsets, Nancy?
No, just the one that we approved in December. We put a sunset on it.
So the one that we were just talking about in Jackson? I'd like to respectfully disagree with Mayor Pro Tem Fortune. I believe that we live in this unique town where parking is just such a major, talk about stomachache, you know. But we also live in a unique area of town where we have people living in very different places. You know, you live in Crystal Hills, you live out here, and you live downtown. And I want to be very mindful that it's always easy for me to say what I think that should happen in your neighborhood that I don't live in. And I live in a neighborhood where recently the 8-unit, 3-story condo complex is going up, and I just knocked on doors and I said, and I picked up a packet and I read it so I could familiarize myself. I went down to planning and I looked at the project, and I started knocking on doors because I represent the people in Manitou. So I was really surprised that so far I've gotten about halfway to all the residents in my neighborhood. I said, would you be interested in me pursuing this? And they said, yes, we would, for these reasons. And so I consider that my job, even if whether I agree with them or not. This is also where I live. And so I think that we have to, I disagree with the moratorium. I think we definitely need to look at maybe sunsetting it, but I think that RPPs definitely serve a function in our unique town.
Councilman John?
Yeah, if I may, along the lines of Councilman Judith, I'm very close to the residents on Waltham, those on the pro side, those on the con side. The pro and con actually started in the summer of 2017 and bled with the summer of 2018, where the neighborhood was really divided. I think all of council, as well as the newspaper, actually did an article on the division that was happening up there. So I've stayed close to this from the standpoint of listening to residents on both sides continuously, and to bring it to where we are this evening, I've shared with the residents, I have no dog in this fight other than, in the interest of the city and the interest of the neighborhood, finding a way to implement this program that will not aggravate the tensions that exist in the neighborhood. And this, so I am in favor of the RPP, but I'm also in favor of taking what the Transportation Parking Board already intends to do, which is to review the RPPs, but ask them to make as a pilot program this RPP in particular, so that through the Transportation Parking Board, within a year, they come back and report first to the community. We've been tracking metrics, we've been tracking issues, we've been tracking the situation on a quarterly basis internally, and these are our findings, and ultimately bring it to council. So for this particular RPP, which has been the most complex one we've seen, which has been the most divisive one we've dealt with, we have that perspective. This morning I spoke to Bill Kroner about this. This would be entirely palatable to his board. Susan and I spoke about it. Had a chance to bounce it off Roy between his extremely tight schedule today. Something he's favored. I bounced it off the residents. They're not so sure, which I understand. There's a level of trust, there's a level of anxiety that will be in the air regardless of what we decide tonight, either way. But this, so I would like to suggest, when we get to the final vote, and we have a motion on the floor, but I would like to add to the motion with the understanding that the Waltham RPP manager, which is Connie Bergenbrock, SP Plus, which would be you, Kevin, and the TPB, which would be that board, will review the results of the RPP after 1 year and make modifications as needed and or resume or retract the RPP. And then the small note on this is not to wait for a year, but to have quarterly reviews, and in those quarterly reviews, continue to tune this as appropriate. And so that's how I see it coming together. It's the strategic vision, it's implementing it here. It doesn't require a sunset. We have a sunset on the very unique situation of expanding an RPP into a paid parking zone that have ramifications for the whole downtown area and downtown residents. We'll also have this need right along the whole corridor. That was the reason for the sunset there. This is not that case. I think the moratorium discussion is not something that we tag along to this piece of legislation we're doing tonight. That's a different topic. It could be a different piece of legislation at another time. I think it's important that we deliver an answer. We have a recommendation from the Transportation Department Board. We need to honor, their proposal, your recommendation, Roy's recommendation on it. And if council says no, council says no. But I think if we say yes, we put this understanding in place. And as far as I know, and I'm looking forward to the residents speaking about this condition, but as far as I know, it has good acceptability.
Councilman Todd, it sounds like you're making a motion to amend then?
Well, yes, but I would respectfully also, at some point, the residents have a chance to speak for that.
Well, if council has no objections, perhaps we would entertain discussion from the public.
Or Kevin, too, your reaction maybe just as the manager, because we didn't quite get down to briefing this.
I definitely agree with everybody's viewpoint, being that I can see it from all the different angles, because I hear it from all the different angles. I hear it from the tourists that didn't realize where they were. I hear it from the resident that's frustrated there's a tourist in there. Yeah, I hear it from the outsiders that, well, I don't understand why this neighborhood's restricted. And I do feel, I agree with you, Councilor Todd, that this is a different situation than the Manitou Avenue. It's not the main thoroughfare. It's not close to the business district. And it should have a different set of guidelines for us to review and follow. That's pretty much my stance on it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. All right, so we'll entertain comments from the public. We ask that you try and keep your comments to about 3 minutes and not repeat one another. Yeah, Kevin, make yourself comfortable. All right.
Good evening, Christopher Blair, 46 Waltham. Okay, well, in lieu of the hour, keep my comments brief. We'd like to thank Kevin and also all the staff that have helped us with this process along the way. It has been quite the journey, and many hours consumed. I do think council should consider a little bit of a perspective about that process. The town did enact the paid parking program years ago, and RPPs are kind of a response to that. And understanding how that was going, and going back to 2016 and 17, as issues were arising with parking due to increased volume of incline, so the cog operation at that point. We really were having some challenges on our little Waltham Street. And so we availed ourselves of the process the city had established. Connie went down, got the petition. We actually had quite a few informal conversations amongst the residents, so to go forward with the petition, even though not everyone was in agreement. And then we've gone through this quite long process. So I think council should be should appreciate the fact that we did avail ourselves of the process the city has established. And in that process, we discovered the concerns of our neighbors on Manitou Avenue with the owners of the Banana Manor and their property kind of adjoining both streets, and the concerns of their residents and the challenges they were having. And our street decided to put their needs first and say, you know, until this can be resolved, we can't really have harmony in Waltham because the two things are in a mix. And so we decided to delay our process to help them find resolution with theirs, which was achieved. And so I think, you know, we've really tried to be quite neighborly about this. And again, even though we're not in all agreement. And so in regards to your sunsetting or your moratoriums, I would just say if we've spent 17 months in this process to get to this point with a recommendation and council can address it, we'd at least ask for the same amount of time to allow it to have that duration to see how it's going, particularly because we're not really going to understand the impact on Waltham until the cost is right. It's been a little better since the cog closed, and we added some shuttles for the incline, so we have seen some better civility as far as parking, as far as the town visitors and stuff that are part of the community. But we heard tonight from the stakeholders, particularly on Ruxton, that there is a deficit somewhere between 120 and 180 spaces for cars in our city during this peak times. And our little street was really kind of absorbing quite a bit of that. It actually had made social media as a place where you could park for free and be close to downtown and close to the incline. And so people were taking that advice, you know. And so I don't think we'll really know the impact if the RPP is working until the cogs are up, really. And so I just ask you to consider that. You know, I think the concerns of the residents and Waltham that are in favor of this tend more from the line of, you know, they're like small government, less regulations, better than more regulation. So there's just natural Coloradan concern about that. We do like small government here. But they do, even the people who disagree with it, voted no, they do have concern about primarily visitor parking in the community, interfering on our street, because we're so close to Manitou Avenue being one block out. And then we are in that Ruxton corridor. It's pretty easy to bail out at the castle and kind of loop around. Hey, there's a spot right there. So I ask you to consider it.
Thank you. Someone else?
Yeah, my name's Keith Shepard. I live at 40 Waltham Ave. I've been a long-term resident. I'm in favor of the RTP, and the numerous reasons is obviously the congestion of parking that can occur on the street. I'm particularly concerned with the current situation where if once the Cog Railroad opens and it gets really busy, if White Street fills up with non-residents, tourists, I then have no place to park. We are completely surrounded by RPPs and paid parking. And so now we're allowing non-residents to take my parking. And I would have to go down to Hiawatha. And that was suggested at one meeting at one point, is, well, residents could, you know, take the shuttle from Hiawatha to access our house. And in the past, we have twins that actually head off to college. But when we were carrying them in car seats, there was times where we would have to park down on Manitou Ave and carry up the car seats with groceries because there was no parking. And it helped once Manitou Ave RPP happened, because then the tourists would park in front of the Manitou Ave people, and then they would park in front of our street. And so that freed up some. But once again, you know, if it gets really busy, I've got no place to park. And so, you know, that's my biggest concern. I already buy 3 passes for the lot down below us. And that way the kids can park their cars, so I don't impact our street further. But there's been times where I come home and we've only got 1 car in the park. That lot's full, everything's full, and I've got no place to park. And so I've got to like go up by the Indian Spring or something like that and walk down. And I just fundamentally don't think that's right when there's something that we can do to help. Concerning the sunsetting and everything, what I don't like about that is we entered this process with expectations. And to then get almost to the finish line and all of a sudden start, oh, we're going to change this, we're going to change this. What this really reminds me is what happened at the last election when the MAC got voted in. And that council decided not to implement it. And so everyone who voted for it was like, wow, we don't matter because council can do whatever they want and we really have no say in the matter. And that was a general election. I used to be on an advisory board, so I appreciate what Susan said, because I've been on that end where we've advised council and then they don't take our recommendation. This was many years ago where it wasn't as good of a situation as I think it is now. But, you know, we started this 17 months ago, but really we approached it when it was first RPP came around. And we were told by the then manager, well, wait and let the program go. And so we've been wanting to do this from the get-go. But my big concern is if we start sunsetting and that, if we want to review it, that's fine. You know, I don't have a problem with that. But I think you should start reviewing all of the others too. Because, you know, the Manitou Ave one's unique because that was an extension of an existing one. But we just want a new one and we're landlocked. We have no place to go. And so thank you very much, council. I appreciate all the work Kevin and everyone's done on that on our behalf. And hopefully we can get some resolution. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone else?
I'd also like to thank everyone that's done a lot of work on this. And much like our street, by the way, I'm Ed Parsons, I'm from 36 Waltham Avenue. You guys are kind of divided on what you think should be done as well. You know, I understand it. But I'd like to ask a couple of questions first, if I may just get some clarification before I make my comments. One is you've talked about both a moratorium and a sunset. What is the difference?
Since I brought it up, a moratorium is just I asked at this point for a moratorium just so that we could do an evaluation to find out the impact of the RPP, the evaluation of the RPP program across the board. A sunset would be that it would, my recommendation would be that it would end in 2021, the same as the one on Manitou Avenue. Again, so that rather than waiting for the only allowing the neighborhood to come back and say, we want to reassess it, it would be the city reassessing it as a whole.
Okay.
So that would be my definition.
And when did the one that's ending in 2021, when did it start?
December.
December, just recently. Okay. And the moratorium you're speaking about would be coming to effect, if it does come into effect after this RPP.
Correct.
Okay. How many of you people live in a place that's on an RPP now? You don't?
I live very close to an RPP and it could happen.
Okay, you 3 do not. Am I getting that correct? What would you do not have an RPP in your residence?
I would mention that in 40 years, I have not parked in front of my house very often.
Yeah,
I've off-street parking.
all right. Part of the reason I asked that is because, Mayor Pro Tem, you mentioned that you thought that we needed a process that's good for the entire city. In fact, you said good for, yes, that's exactly what you said, good for the entire city. So it would seem to me, and if that's what you guys really want to do, you would actually also look at a process that affects every RPP, not just ours. Okay? Our street does not anywhere near represent the needs of this entire city. We have a need on our street. And I would ask that you seriously consider that before you start setting a separate standard for us than you do for other parts of the city. Now, I'll just go on with what I was going to say. As you know, you've heard, we've done a year and a half on this, working on this RPP. Had this gone at a quicker process, we wouldn't even be talking about sunsets and moratoriums. That would have already been taken care of. I mean, those discussions, I think, have kind of come up because of the longevity of this issue, as well as other things that start being considered. So in some ways, it's unfair that those things get put on us when it took 18 months for this process to reach this point that it has right now. During that 18 months, we have been patient, we have been civil, we have been courteous, and we have attended numerous meetings here in order to discuss this issue. We've dotted every I, we've crossed every T, as the city has asked and required us to do through this process. We sit at a point right now where 65% of the people are saying that they want this on our street. It has always been a majority on our street. It's not like it fluctuated differently. 25, 1/4 of the people versus 2/3 of the people are not interested in having the RPP. Now, I understand the reasons that they may have. I don't agree with them all, and I think that the RPP serves the entire street, not just the section that's right in front of my house. Because to be honest with you, I'm only getting one space. I'm not getting two. So it doesn't necessarily serve me well, but I know it serves my street well. So that's what I'm looking at. As I said, we have taken care of doing everything that has been asked of us by this city and done it in a civil and reasonable manner. We have the votes that show 65%. I can see no reason for you not to approve this. This is your job in order to take a look at what we have asked for. I think it's time to get closure on this thing. And putting a 1-year sunset doesn't really quite give it closure, but it's a separate issue. At the moment, I'm concerned about getting closure on the RPP based on the requests of the people who live on the street. Thank you.
Please.
Well, since I'm Mary, I live at 19 Waltham.
Give us your last name, please.
Pardon?
I didn't catch your last name.
Mary Young.
Very young, okay. Thank you.
One of our people had to leave, but his question when he blurted out is, when do we get to vote? Because they may have been in the process a long time, but there's quite a few of us that have been kept out of the loop. We knew about it in February, we got a ballot in the mail. Some of us did, not all of us. And it said only one vote per parcel. And all of a sudden, there's 45 votes, and there's only 35 parcels. So those percentages cannot be accurate. And next, we oppose the RPP for all those other reasons you probably have heard about through the years. It's just intrusive. We don't need it. We take care of ourselves. I've seen Keith maybe one time come down to our end of the street and park. There's usually a parking place for him if he did. Geez, I had it all rehearsed, but through this long night, it's been a long time. So, and when we were at the last meeting, it was agreed we were going to have a vote. says in the paperwork, vote was going to be mailed out June 7th. Didn't come. I called, they said it was going to come no later than July 10th. We never heard anything until the mailing over the holidays in December. So that not everybody received that mailing. And just on the little end of our street, I asked the neighbor, no, I didn't get it. I asked another neighbor, no, I didn't get it. Gene, he didn't get it. And so just in our little part of the street is a percentage of people that did not get a notice that there was even going to be a meeting from which there is going to be a vote. And they didn't know about there was going to be a transportation board meeting. And they didn't even know about this meeting. And they still don't know about this meeting because there is a bunch of us that have been kept out of the loop. And mainly because they know we're opposed having this intrusive RPP placed upon us. We like to have a few garage sales. You can't have a garage sale with an RPP. We like to have open houses. We can't have an open house with the RPP. We like to have our company come into town. Matter of fact, our company of 3,500 residents is at least a quarter of the people that come to Manitou. And they might come in when I'm not home to give them passes. And then they'll get tickets. Looking over the budget, I've noticed that 20 to 30% are citations. I don't want my guests, I don't want my workers to be cited. I've already paid taxes. I pay property tax and our licensing on our cars. So I say no to an RPP, and this process has stressed out quite a few of us. And we're not as vocal, and we're out of the loop. And I know you got a few letters from just a few of the people that heard through word of mouth that there was going to be a meeting because it was posted at the last hour on a Friday afternoon. So I don't know if there's anything else I was going to say.
I would mention my name is Philip Young. I live at 19 Waltham. We've lived there since 1993. I would want to mention the meetings I've been to regarding the issue. The biggest angst, 90% of the time, was about the Banana Manor issue. Now, from what I've gathered, that issue has been taken care of, the parking for that issue now, since many of them have been parked on Manitou Avenue. So if that's been alleviated, maybe, just maybe, we can hold off on approving this and have a vote after that process is played out, because maybe the solution, maybe the problem has been solved by virtue of the Banana Manor residents being able to park on the avenue.
And we've never had any issues.
Can I have a follow-on, please, to that? A couple of things. One is that if we do not have an RPP, anybody can park.
Say it again, please.
One thing is that, again, Ed Parsons, 36 Waltham Avenue. If we do not have an RPP, anybody can park on our street, including those people who are authorized now to park on Manitou Avenue from Banana Manor. And if they can't park on our street, then they will park on our street, because for some of them, they're going to feel that it's more convenient for them in reaching their place, and they're just simply going to tell us, as I've had people tell me, this is a public street, you can't tell me that I can't park here. And they're absolutely correct without an RPP. The second thing is that when she talks about the numbers of people that she's talked to who haven't received notices, you need to keep in mind that the people who receive the notices are the homeowners. Now, if you go and you talk to people and they don't happen to be homeowners, but they're renters, they're not going to have received a notice, and they're not going to know about it necessarily. I find it really hard to believe that if we have an accurate count on which houses are owned by which people, and we know their names and we know the addresses, that they haven't received some notification, that they may have not seen it. I believe, I understand, because they may not have noticed it in their mail, but I can't buy that they did not receive it. And I think that would be a fairly easy thing for you guys to look at by looking at the checklist of who got the stuff mailed to. And I would think that Kevin could address that situation. Thank you.
To Ed's point, I do have a list based off the El Paso County Assessor of property owners for every property owner that has a mailing address that does not match the property address, a resident packet, letter, whatever it would be sent to that address as well as to the property owner's mailing address on the assessor. So some properties I was doing 2 packets for one property. And to Mary's point, she did state that, or Roy did explain to me that she reached out, and I explained to Roy that the entire packet that I have, all the paperwork is public record. I would be glad to make an appointment to sit down and go over everything that's in there to see everything. It's all public record. I never heard anything regarding a request for appointment.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience?
I'm a little bit familiar with Keith and Ed's place. It was Farley's Places, and their tenants and their guests that mostly parked there. As far as unwanted Cog Railroad traffic, I could stand out in the middle of the road for an hour and never see a car go by. We don't have the traffic like a regular road does. You go up behind the castle and you have to go around the curve. That scares most people. Plus the sign that says residents only, no parking, only for residents. If you move that sign just a little bit closer to the castle, nobody would go. I mean, there are norms, and people just tend to respect them. I know I was going to say something else, but
Thank you. Yeah, to go back to council. Councilman Todd, sounded like you were kind of entertaining that you wanted to make a motion on that amendment.
Yes.
We have a motion on the floor.
So, yes, the person that made the motion,
Mr.
Shader, would be amenable to the condition that with the understanding that the Waltham RPP manager, SP Plus, and the Transportation Parking Board will review the results of the RPP after 1 year and make modifications as needed, and or resume or retract the RPP.
No, I don't accept that, because I agree with Councilwoman Wolfville that there is a process to restudy all these things. I think we ought to let that process happen. I don't think these guys ought to have these special conditions kind of put on it. And so, no, I don't accept that as a friendly amendment.
I'd like to call a question. Is that the right way to say it? Like vote no? Is that the fancy word?
Yes.
Call the question? This is the first time in my life I've ever called a question. I'd like to call the question.
Okay.
I believe that means we have to vote on
That we have to vote on the motion that John.
No, we have to call.
Oh, I don't want to vote on. Oh, then I'm saying it wrong. I just want to vote on the motion that was put on the table and seconded before all of the stuff. Is there a way to do that?
Okay. Councilman Shader, if you just restate your motion, we'll vote.
I move approval. It's been seconded.
All vote. Okay, passes 6-1.
Mayor, can I make one more comment? I just have one question. It's a little hard to get used to that you can get permits for special events that you're doing.
Yeah, but what about impromptu events? What about companies that show up while we're gone and they go to town and spend money, and then we come back and they have a ticket?
Oh, I mean,
There's a very easy process. They can call me. You can call me as the homeowner.
I don't want to. I don't want to have that hassle. I don't live in a townhouse situation. I live in a public street. I bought this house 27 years ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's okay.
Next item, business receiver act on council correspondence. Councilman Todd.
I have nothing.
Councilwoman Chamber.
Well, I just wanted to,
So I, regardless of your political leanings, I thought it was really a wonderful occasion to meet and talk to a former U.S. Cabinet Secretary, Julian Castro. He was very approachable and spent a lot of time with those of us who showed up to talk to him. That's all I've got.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I think thank you.
I have nothing.
I received an email and a phone call from David Wolverton. He expressed concerns about some very technical concerns and questions he had previously raised in an email. If I recall correctly, I think John Shada suggested that those questions in the email be referred to the private company that we've hired to monitor and do whatever they're doing with the aquifer. And he hasn't heard back from them. He hasn't heard back from Denise. He doesn't know who's going to hear back from him. And I said, well, I'll just ask. I don't know who you want to hear from. He said, well, I'd really like to hear from the company that's being paid by the city, because they're not doing what the city hired them to do. They're not being as thorough as they should be. But the city's perfectly happy with them, so they're not going to listen to me. So maybe I should talk to someone at the city who get on their case and tell them to do their job. Of course, in much more specific, way over my head, kind of complicated technical stuff. So that's good.
I guess since I made that motion,
Yeah.
okay, the motion to approve that contract was contingent upon Mr. Wolverton's issues being addressed. So I'm assuming that if he's saying he has not heard that, I'm assuming that check has not been cut.
Well, we're in breach of contract.
Excuse me, so tonight I touched base with Mr. Wolverton while he was here.
Oh.
And told him I will get in contact with you.
No,
This week.
how is that helpful though? That you're going to
Well,
contact? I don't
right.
think it's
So I'm gonna-
responsible towards you, but.
Oh, I know. I'll look at his email again, and we also have the email of the company, and so I'll make that connection with the company. And
Okay.
He seemed good with that tonight.
Oh, good. And the reason I reacted that way is he told me that he did get a very nice invitation from Denise to do a presentation to Public Works, and his response was understandable. He said, why should I wasted all my time. First of all, there's so much turnover, but I wasted all my time already teaching the people up there how to do it, and they never did it. It wasn't important enough for the city to be on the things to do list. So no, I'm not going to constantly retrain people every 6 months. If this place got hired as a contingency that they must respond to Wolverton's email, and they haven't responded, then they're in breach of contract, and I want to know what we should do about that, irregardless of the fact that you're happy to chit chat with him a little more. I want to know what's going to be done.
Well, I believe that we did get a response, and then we have to find out why he didn't get a response. I think we did get a response from the company.
Oh, the company responded to you personally?
Yes, I had a response. I think all of us at Public Works. So I need to find out why that wasn't forwarded, or if it was.
Oh, but it is an email response.
Yes, ma'am. So they did respond.
And was the email response something more than,
Yes.
we'll chat with you if you want to chat?
Yes, it was a very detailed email about the springs.
Oh, that's,
I think Dave would appreciate reading
Yeah.
that, because I think he gave us very technical issues that he was concerned about, and I want to make sure we close the loop. I want to make sure my motion was saying that we were not going to cut that check until his issues were addressed.
Has the check been cut? I would imagine.
I haven't seen it, but I'd have to look at that and check. I will tell you, on 1/31/2020, Dave Wolverton did respond to USGS in their questions, and he had some, and he sent that with some questions of their response. So he did receive their response, and I have it here on 1/31/2020.
But he just hasn't gotten a response to his follow-up questions. Is that what you're saying?
He just says, here is my evaluation of the responses from USGS. And that was done on, and some important, I appreciate the opportunity to provide input for this important phase of the aquifer study. And then we're got time for him to come in and talk to us. So we
Well,
have that scheduled.
When you say us, it's the people who sent the email to him will be present.
Public Works with the concerns he had. So we do, and Mr. Shea and the mayor was canceled on it. We're copied on those responses from Dave Wolverton on 1/31/2020.
So I guess what I'm asking is because that motion said we would cut that pending Wolverton's issues being greenlighted, addressed. I just want to make, I think, what Julie's saying, I want to make sure that we respect that motion, that, you know, that Dave says, you know what, this looks good. Because I think this is kind of our local, you know, resident expert on this, who spent a lot of volunteer time on this, okay? And I want to make sure, that's why I made that motion that way, to kind of fully engage him and fully, you know, make sure that his concerns were met. And I don't think any of the things I've seen in the emails are that he's asking for something irrational or, you know, out of sort. So if we could just kind of get a report on, you know, in the next 2 weeks or something about where we stand on that, and you know, is it red light, yellow light, green light, where are we?
Or maybe we should have him come back, maybe we should have Dave Wolverton come in.
Yeah, once he was here earlier.
I know, but he didn't want to wait until 10:30 to talk to us.
Okay, great. Yep.
I just have one quick thing. Last week I attended the CML legislative update in Denver. It was an all-day event, and there's a ton of legislation this session that really can impact municipalities, and it was mind-blowing, really, it was. And I was, I guess, really surprised by that. I don't know why, but the level of detail and to be able to hear other municipalities ask questions, the presentations were, they just did a great job. They had great speakers. The governor was there, Denver mayor was there, the House, Senate, the House minority and majority leaders came out, and I will write that up. There are some things that have already failed, some things that have moved forward. They dealt with affordable housing, vaping, I mean, homeless in terms of public space. I mean, it's a lot going on, and some cities send their entire council. I don't know how they do that with open meetings, but I guess it's just a seminar. I don't know, but I recommend it. I really do. I guess I just thought, you know, I can read about this. It's much better to read about it and to go and experience it and really get that extra help to process it. So I'll be reporting in on that, and it was definitely worth the trip. It took us from 6:30 to 9:30 to get there, and it wasn't even snowing. I don't know what was going on, and it took me 2.5 hours to get home. So yeah, I couldn't believe that, but it was still worth it. I'm still happy about it, so it's good news.
Okay, next item of business, city administrator's report.
Nothing to report tonight.
I just have two things, is tomorrow night is the food assessment meeting, and it's been in the paper, and then also we have a meeting regarding the Rutgers Lane, and we will be meeting 6 to 7:30 with them.
Great. Thank you. With that, we're adjourned.
That was quite a marathon.
Good night. Sorry, like you.
Nice weekends with Palm Springs. Contact picture and several years we outsourced.
No, I've called.
Please report to me.